All right, folks, let's get you back inside that Michigan courtroom where we've been following a preliminary hearing in the case against 41-year-old Jarvis Butts. Now, he's accused of killing 13-year-old Naziah Harris last winter. Prosecutors say evidence shows that Butts, who knew Harris's family members, allegedly groomed Naziah starting in 2022 when she was just 11 years old. She was pregnant when she was killed, and Butts was allegedly the unborn child's father. I'm going to get you back into that courtroom. We're watching the police interrogation of Jarvis Butts. Detectives are questioning him about his text messages and his last interaction with the victim. Let's listen in.
Make sure we come up to my question.
What's her real name? I'm sorry.
You know about when if you're trying to be taken or where?
I don't.
Did she look like that last time you saw her? What she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yeah. Long braids.
Any color in braids?
Matter of fact, I mean, she didn't last time.
Okay.
So it wasn't even done, so I don't even know where it was. But I'm talking about maybe for me to that sounds very basic. So she really got me pulled up about that anything. But that time I seen her, she's getting very, yes, she was. She was back to blood because of me. No sweet. And we stayed next door. So she was going back and forth with the time next door, but they were in the basement at their grandmother's house, getting her hair.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 35 minutes and 6 seconds.
All right, so here they're fast forwarding. Remember, this is a preliminary hearing. There's no jury. This is just for the judge. So this is something you can do in a preliminary hearing. Let's get back inside.
I don't know.
I'm just trying to think about this stuff.
Okay, so when I was asking you about you had any contact with text message or did anything you were from driver, you said like you did, you don't have any contact with like that at all. Because you can't forget the last time she talked to you. Right off the top of my head. Were you supposed to meet her anyway? Yeah. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. So it is.
Pausing at 1 hour, 45 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 15 minutes and 44 seconds.
Girls are younger, as fast and things like that. So, not usually nothing, but somebody feel all the things just that's all I do. I do a lot. So can you kind of help me out, like, what went on with that, or point me in the right direction? I'm not saying you know, I'm not saying it. What I'm trying to say is what happened. Like, I can't tell you. Well, why would you be texting me that and I wasn't me? So you're supposed to be at the house. It's okay to be here. That girl is her on blood. So I'm supposed to be at that house, at that grandma's house on Bedford. Okay, from time to time, I had talked to him, and I did tell them that they communicated the location she had put at my grandma's house. I was supposed to do that because they got to school whatever time. I was living on the house. I don't pick them, I don't pick one of them by one. I don't pick one of them.
Pausing at 1 hour, 51 minutes and 54 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 52 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay, did she ever confide in you about having any troubles with, with girls?
About the situation she had with the girls. Like, she's supposed to get telephone, something like that. I'm not sure. I think about that situation. I'm just so what you talking about, Mike? So we're talking about the number that she called me from. Like I said, call from different numbers. So I tell you, text now shit.
So
Right.
so so I can delete your number.
So you delete. I don't know why she would say my number though. Because everything that we do, like I said, it's always like that. And when they call me from text now numbers. Is what it is, everything's in my phone, y'all have possession of my phone, take a look at it, go through it. I don't know what that's about, I don't know why she said she didn't my number.
So you're saying that you didn't need a right?
I'm Jesus, I didn't know that way.
I was Jesus.
Like I said, she sent me a text message, I was going straight because we never got a chance to everything.
So you were on this phone.
Is that what I asked you? We were doing this out there tonight.
Online?
Right? Yeah, you can job. Mom job. I don't know where that is.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 54 minutes and 42 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 56 minutes and 53 seconds.
Did you tell little more or anybody that she was just,
I told my house number that I had, that she had texted me. Yes. Yeah, I told her she had texted me, and I asked what number was this? She was like, I don't know. I gave her the number. She said she didn't know what number that was.
so you see that y'all had correspondence the day before, on the 8th?
Yeah, I'm saying, what does it say?
So,
It said, what are you doing? That was really what I was doing?
She said that she asked me you was at work and you responded what you doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
So, y'all had a back and forth conversation.
Like that. Like I say, they call me when I have jobs, and I told you when they had my have
So
jobs.
that is the way that the managers, again, I'm just trying to understand you.
So I can tell you that's all.
No, you wait. Listen, again, at the end of the conversation, you asked that you want to speak with her on the phone for text message. You said that, and you said that you either speak with the grandma or you speak with your child's mother.
Or they call me and ask me and harass me, and I call the grandmother and let them know that they did that.
You're here. We have a back and forth conversation.
It wasn't a conversation.
All right, he's digging a big hole for himself there. Let's bring in our guest still with us, criminal defense attorney Robin Nunn. Robin, these interviews are so important to police's case, which is why, defense attorneys, we always tell folks don't talk because they have information. They know that she's been texting him. They know the content of those texts, the fact that she planned to meet him on the day she disappeared after school, the fact that she told him back in September, this was a couple of months before, that she wasn't having her period. So he knows what's going on, and he's denying a lot of it, denies the last time he saw her, says it was at grandma's house when they know he saw her after that. So all these things are the way you really build a case.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was a little concerned because the conversation seemed pretty casual between the police officers and him, but I do believe that they're beginning to get into the weeds. They're beginning to show him the text messages. They're beginning to ask the tough questions that need to be asked in terms of, you know, what exactly is this relationship? It's obviously highly unusual to be texting back and forth, having conversations with a 13-year-old girl when you're 41. But that seems to be what the dynamic of the relationship was. But getting to the bottom of, you know, what he and their conversation and relationship was is going to be really key in terms of this hearing and determining whether he'll be charged with this crime or not.
And unfortunately, it's unusual under most circumstances, but obviously not for Jarvis Butts, right? This is something that he seems to make some sort of, you know, it's almost what he does, and it's just crazy. I want to go back to this preliminary hearing part. Again, I want folks to understand the standard here is very low. The rules of evidence are sort of relaxed. So there, you know, the state's allowed to move their tapes back and forth. Normally, there would have to be some agreement between the parties, but ultimately talk about the fact that the standard here is very, very low.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. On some levels, they don't have to prove everything. They don't have to bring forward every witness, every DNA test, every text message. They just have to make a reasonable showing that they indeed can charge and indict this individual for this crime. And I think that's where we are at this point. We have someone who's disappeared, and I think that they're really trying to set forth that this is the person who did it.
Yeah, no question about it. Probable cause is all they need to show. Robin Nunn, thank you so much for being with us tonight. As always, we'll see you again real soon. All right, folks.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Aliyah Butts,
And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
And do you know, what name Jarvis Butts?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's my brother.
And how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes,
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
That's all I'm walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on believe it's dark green shirt, sitting behind Miss Betty to the side of you.
And Your Honor, with the record reflect that you identified the defendant in this case?
So, but the indicator, so I saw him walking in, you saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking?
When I was walking just now.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and that, Frank, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit Police back on February 26, 2024?
Yes,
What's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit Police?
I had reason to believe that
For the mutual sequestration order is still in place. That means anyone who was on YouTube or viewing this from streaming, you must exit the courtroom if you are a witness on this case. And that goes for everyone in the courtroom as well. If you plan or you are told that you may testify, you are to exit the courtroom now. And that's of course with the exception of the officer in charge.
Thank you, Judge. And just on that point as well, I did notice when I came into the courtroom this morning that former DPS officer Jared Wolf, who's now working at 36, was in the courtroom. He stated he would not be in the courtroom, but just because we'll be facing this way, you can keep your staff. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I think it's fully aware, just so that the court is aware.
Okay, I did see him, and he's no longer in here.
He's not.
I can see the door, so I will make sure he's not.
Thank you, Judge. And then the second preliminary matter is that people would move to admit people's proposed exhibit 61, which is the subscriber information for the phone number ending in 8719 that subject to work testified to, as well as the underlying raw data that she testified to. And it is certified under 8036 and 907.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. That's exhibit 61, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it will be admitted.
Thank you. With that, people are ready to call it.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we will call Detective Lisa Johnson.
Swear to tell the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Strictly?
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record?
Morning, Detective Lisa Johnson.
How are you employed? And how long have you been employed by Detroit Police Department?
26 years.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Right now, homicide call please. Pull that microphone down to.
And were you working back in February of 2024 in homicide cold case?
Yes.
And did you get the chance to assist in the investigation of, at that time, missing Uzziah Harris?
I did.
And I want to take you to the location of 20,000 Harper. Do you, you're assisting in the investigation, take you to that location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
Harper culture.
And do you recall when about you went there?
Sometime in February.
Okay, and it's in 2004, 2024?
Yes.
And when you went there, what is it that you did?
We spoke to the clerk that was on duty at the time, and we requested the ledger for January.
And did you receive anything from the ledger from January?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what is it that you received?
There was a sign-in sheet filled out by Mr. Butts.
And did you take a copy of that sign-in sheet?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach proposed exhibit 19? Yes. Any of the Department of People's proposed exhibit 19, can you tell me, do you recognize what they just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you received from the Park Preston as it relates to Mr. Butts?
Yes, it is.
Can I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 19? Objection. Sorry.
Okay, we have it as people's 19.
Thank you, Judge. And looking at that receipt, who is it that checked out the room?
Jarvis Butts.
And is there a address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
And without reading the numbers of the address, what street is that on?
Wilshire Drive.
And is there a phone number associated with that person?
Yes, it is.
And what's that phone number?
313-585-8719.
And what is the day that this hotel room was checked out?
January 9th, 2024.
And is there a room number that was checked out?
Yes, 169.
And is there a time that it was checked out?
Checked out at 12:30 p.m.
And is there a checkout date?
That was the checkout time. Check-in was 9:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Did you do anything with this receipt once you received it?
Yes, we got the receipt and we forwarded it to Sergeant Jones.
And was this physical receipt itself placed on evidence?
Yes.
Only for the judge.
Okay, cross.
Thank you.
Johnson, you said that when you went to the Park Crest Motel, you spoke with the clerk.
Yes.
Was that clerk, the clerk that was there themselves on the night?
I don't believe so. We spoke with the clerk who forwarded us to the manager. We waited on the manager to come in. He brought the receipt back.
Did either the clerk or the manager that you spoke with indicated that they had any recollection of seeing Mr. Butts on the night?
No.
Okay. Did you spoke with anybody at the Park Crest Motel who did seem to indicate that they had familiarity with Mr. Butts?
Not for that particular night. A few people said they may have seen him prior, but not for sure.
Did you get the impression that he's kind of a frequent flyer there?
Somewhat.
Did you notice when you were there, if there are any cameras in the parking lot or around the door?
Yes, there's cameras.
There's cameras. Where are they located?
I can't be specific right now. I know there is cameras in the lobby and there are some outside on the perimeter.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Nothing for the judge.
Judge, at this time, people would call Detective Sarah Markle. You state your name for the record,
Yes, Sarah Markle.
and how are you employed today?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department.
And I want to take your attention back to January of 2024. At that time, were you assigned to a specific division within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, back then I was assigned to major crimes homicide.
And what was your role in major crime homicide at that time?
To do phone extractions,
And is that something you did on a regular basis?
it was.
And would you doubt or extract upwards of 1,000 phones a year?
Yes, I was averaging around 2,000 phones per year.
Something that you were trained to do at that time and are trained to do?
Yes,
Okay. Were you provided with multiple devices in this case relating to the investigation into the death of Isaiah Harris?
I was.
And who provided you those devices, or which unit provided you those devices primarily?
Homicide.
Specifically, cold case for missing persons?
The missing persons squad within homicide.
And just very briefly, can you talk about what a phone extraction or forensic extraction is from the cell?
Yes, so to put it in just very simple terms, it is making a copy of everything that's within a device. It's using special software in order to do that, to make sure that the information or that copy is done in a secure manner. But it is just making a copy, connecting the phone to the software program on a computer and making a copy of anything that is inside.
And does that include things like messages, user accounts, photos, videos, things like that?
Correct.
And contacts that the
Yes.
person has? Okay. And is there a way that you go about that process that allows yourself or the OIC or a prosecutor or defense attorney to be able to view and understand what the data that is on the phone?
Yes, so when the extraction is done, the report is put into what's called the Celebrate Reader program. The reader program is provided to the officer in charge of the case, and a copy is put on evidence. That program that contains all of the information from the extraction is the reviewable format or copy that anybody can look at who has the actual report.
And so after it's put into that readable format, anyone would be able to go in and click around and see different dates and times and things like that of when things were sent or received.
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include something called a preliminary device report?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just the basic information about the device that was extracted. So you'll get the identifying information on that device, the phone number, the IMEI, those types of basic identifying information.
And in this case, you did multiple phones, but in particular, did you do a phone with the last four digits for the phone number 2510, if you remember?
It sounds familiar. I could verify the actual exact number if I could see myself.
May I approach that?
Yes.
You can take a look at that detective and then look back up at me when your memory's refreshed.
Yes, 2510 are the last four.
And was there a name associated with that account?
Yes,
And what was that name?
well, with the phone, yes.
With the phone, yes, sorry.
Yes, that was a consent from Tijuana Butts,
And you said consent, what do you mean by that?
that the owner of the device consented to a forensic search of the phone.
And you need consent or a search or a valid signed search warrant to do your job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you performed an extraction and placed an extraction on evidence for that phone number and that account for that device?
I did.
At this time, Judge, I would move to admit the full extraction as exhibit 57, People's Proposal 57.
didn't hear you.
No objection.
Okay, it would be amended as People's Exhibit 57.
And may I approach the judge?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Proposed 58. Just for identification purposes, Detective, is that the preliminary device report associated with the device for Tijuana Butts?
Yes, the
First 2 pages of that.
first 2 pages are,
And that includes the number on there ending in 2510,
it does,
and that includes your name on there.
correct.
May I approach it?
Yes.
And Detective, another device that you extracted in this case, was that for a phone number ending, or for the full number 313-585, sorry, 313-585-8719?
Yes,
And what was the name associated with that phone?
that was done through a search warrant.
And was there a person, a name associated with that phone, if you remember?
No, so if it's a search warrant phone, there isn't a name that I would attach to it.
But that was the number on the cell phone number, was ending in 8719?
Correct.
And did you do that same process and perform and place an extraction on evidence for that phone as well?
Yes,
At this time, Judge, I would move to admit proposed exhibit 43, which would be the extraction for the phone number ending in 871.
No objection, Your Honor.
It would be amended as People's 43.
And may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Approaching with what's been marked as People's Proposed 45. Do you recognize what I just handed you, Detective?
yes,
And is that the preliminary device report for the phone number ending in 8719?
it is.
Move to admit People's Proposed 45.
Any objection?
Objection.
It would be amended as People's 45.
And very quickly, Detective, I want to direct your attention. Well, let me ask you this. Are there user accounts included in the preliminary device report?
Yes, this isn't the user account section, but within the device information, there is an Apple ID account associated with it.
Okay, and if you could flip, I think it's on the 5th page of that 10-page document.
I'm sorry, so page 5.
Do you see user accounts later in that document on subsequent pages?
Yes, on page 7.
7, sorry, thank you. And I want to direct your attention to the user account section. We'll go to line 20.
Yes,
And is there a user account listed on line 20 for an email?
there is.
And what kind of email is that?
It's a Gmail.
And is there the actual email address listed in that section as well?
Yes,
And what's the email address for the Google or Gmail account?
Jarvis Butts 82@gmail.com.
And going to line just a couple down on 24, is there an account listed on line 24 of the user account section?
Yes,
And what is that for?
this is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID or a username associated with that Instagram account?
There is
And can you read that?
JO back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
And then is each Instagram account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes,
And is that number, that unique identifying number listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
yes, in the second column, there, it says user ID.
And just read those numbers for the record.
2628544051.
And it, just in general, the preliminary device reports are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well, maybe not in all of them, but just that happened in some preliminary device reports.
Not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone or communicated with.
Yes, that would just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device information.
May I have one more, please?
Yes.
And just a couple questions based on your experience performing phone extractions. Is it possible to recover things that have been deleted from it? And is that a guarantee that you're always going to get all of the deleted content from a phone?
No.
Can you just talk about that very briefly?
So there's any number of variables that could impact the ability to get deleted information. So it could be make, model of the phone, the software version of the phone, whether or not that phone is supported on the equipment used, a number of different things, if we have the passcode or not. And the possibilities are long.
And does someone going into their phone and actually deleting like a text message or photo affect whether it's going to be recovered?
Yes, it can.
Where after someone deletes like a text message, for example, where would that go into the phone where it may or may not still be able to be recovered?
So it depends again on what the make and model of the phone is and what the version is. Because the phones change all the time with different updates, it could be in different places. Usually we go into like an unallocated space or into the trash can where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see, but would still be available possibly through extraction.
And that's not, is that a guarantee that if they're there, they'll be recovered, or is that trash can or unallocated space overwritten as time goes on?
It can't, well, so there are no guarantees. It can be overwritten. It may not be an area that, it may not be a device that's supported to attempt to recover deleted. So it could be any, there are never any guarantees with it. There's a lot of variables that would play into the abilities.
Thank you. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Good morning, Detective Marco. Now, you say that at the time you were assigned to phone extraction,
Correct.
have you been reassigned since then?
Yes.
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
The third precinct,
Any particular division?
the investigative, the precinct detective.
Okay. So on this particular case, your job was strictly phone extraction.
Correct.
You did no investigation on this case, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified on direct that you received several phones. Do you know how many phones you received in this case?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Did anyone in particular order you to do the extraction on the phone?
Well, that was, at that time, my only, position at homicide. So to order me or to just do?
In this particular case, did the OIC say here, these phones are a particular possible evidence in this case? So were there an order to extract the evidence in this phone in this case?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by order. Like, did somebody order, like, verbally tell me to do something, or are you talking?
So you weren't
search warrant
directed
order?
to search these phones. You were just your overall duties, you just search the phones?
Well, I do the extraction, the data extraction on the phone.
Okay. Were you told a particular a suspect to look out for on this case?
No, I don't have information on the case. I do the extractions and then return the reports to the officer in charge or the, or that team that is working on this.
Okay. So you extracted all the information from the phone, and I think you've already testified, you used Cellbrite to download the information?
Yes, Cellbrite was, Cellbrite was the main tool
Okay.
that was used.
And I think you already testified that there are times that you don't get all the information.
Correct,
It may not be a complete download.
correct.
You may get pieces, but other parts we just don't have. Correct?
Yes, that is always possible.
Okay. You turned over all the reports, correct? And I think you testified that for the phone number ending 8719,
Yes.
you downloaded the information from that? Did you get a passcode for that?
If I could see the supplement that I did for that, I think that would be nice.
Now, Prosecution.
Yes.
On the 8719, there was a passcode provided.
So you did not have to, like a proper term, break into the phone.
Correct,
The passcode was provided.
yes,
Where'd you get the passcode from?
from the officer in charge when the phone was brought up.
I think you testified that you found a couple of emails, correct? And that
Yeah,
email accounts.
in that device, in the preliminary device information, it gives that basic information about the accounts or Apple ID.
It doesn't give you information on who was using the phone. I mean, using those email addresses, correct?
Correct,
So there's no way of knowing who used those accounts, right?
correct.
And of course, there's no way to know who was using the phone when the data was created in the phone, right?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have another question.
Before you call your next witness, I want to check on the case.
Hello.
Ms. Frederick?
I'm sorry, good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm okay, how are you? Who do you have today?
I'm just doing time between
Exam. Okay, thank you. Just right in the hallway or not?
You should see.
Ms. Ray, you have any information on Canon yet?
Dismissal.
Okay. All right, we'll go with those. Even, I'll talk to Mr. Well, it's Ms. Cameron. Her attorney is out present, but we'll go with that. Okay, so let's do the Senate paperwork. Okay. Yes. And Cameron is not in custody, right? No. She in hallway, right?
Yeah, she should be.
Yeah, I think she in hallway. Can you have Ms. Cameron come in so we can do them right after this waiver?
Kaylin Cameron.
Caitlin Cameron.
Let's take this cup out this one.
No, you can't see her. Yes, she's.
Are you Ms. Cameron? Have a seat. We're gonna call your case next. Ready on the record on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Swain? Okay. This is case 2461182, the people of State of Michigan versus Anthony Renee McSwain. Charged with count 1 weapons, firearms, possession by a prohibited person, count 2 weapons, felonious firearm, count 3 assault with dangerous weapons, felonious assault, count 4 weapons, felonious firearm, count 5 domestic violence. With an habitual offender second offense notice set today for preliminary examination. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jack Duhan for Mr. McSwain, Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 8487.
State your name, sir.
Anthony R. McSwain.
Thank you. I have an executed waiver form. Is it correct? Mr. McSwain is waiving his exam today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor. I would want to put on the record, though, that the complaining witness is present in the court. She is right outside of this court building in the first witness room. She checked in with the court and the court let me know and I let defense come to me.
Okay. Mr. McSwain, I am going to ask you some questions. If you can't hear me or if you don't understand my question, stop me and let me know, okay? Is it correct you are waiving your preliminary examination today?
Yes, yes, I didn't do anything to this one, ma'am, Your Honor. Yes, I'm, yes,
She's
I'm
asking
waiting.
if you want to hold the hearing or not.
I don't want to hold the hearing.
Okay. Do you understand that you have the statutory right to a preliminary examination? Meaning by state law, you understand if you wanted to have your exam today, you could. You understand that?
Yes, but I didn't do that.
Do you also understand that if you were to hold your exam today, that people would have to show at the probable cause standard that all of the felonies I just read off were committed in Detroit and that you probably committed those crimes? You understand that?
Yes,
And that by waiving your preliminary examination, that means that people do not have to present any evidence today at the probable cause standard. Understood?
yes,
Knowing that information, do you still wish to waive your exam?
yes, sir.
Did anyone force you or threaten you to waive your exam?
Okay, okay,
Did anyone promise you anything for you to waive your exam?
okay.
Okay, I find a waiver to be freely, understandingly, and voluntarily given. You'll be bound over to the Third Circuit Court. Your arraignment on the information date is January 15th at 9:00 a.m. He has on here 25,000 person.
I believe there's a tether, there's also a tether requirement.
Okay, this tether requirement was put on here December 27th.
Yes.
You're waiting on the tether still?
No, I'm not.
I believe you are,
Yes.
because it's for a personal bond in your.
I have no tether.
No,
Right,
that's,
because you're in custody.
what she means is the tether unit hasn't released the camera address.
I have no contact. I stay by myself.
Okay,
I have a home.
all right, so what I will do is I will sign another order today for tether. You should still be in custody. If you order. Mr. McSwain. Part of your bond, of course, is no contact with the complainant on this case. Do you understand that? No contact with the complainant. Okay. Anything else for the record?
No, Judge, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're all done with Mr. McSwain.
I'll come see you in a couple hours.
Okay, and Ms. Cameron? Is correct, your attorney is not present? That's correct? Okay, so my understanding, and Ms. Drain can confirm the complaint is not present. So I'll give you the option, you can wait for your attorney, or you can move forward with the dismissal without your attorney. Okay, I'm gonna ask you on the record again, just to make sure, okay? This is case 2461065, the people of the state of Michigan versus Galen, Shania, and Cameron, charged with count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, weapons, firearms, reckless use, count 3, domestic violence, set for a preliminary examination today. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
State your name, Ms. Cameron. Ms. Cameron, I did ask you off the record, I will ask you again. Are you okay with moving forward without your attorney present for the sole purpose of the dismissal today? You understand you have a right to an attorney if you want to have one today, correct? You gotta speak up.
Yes.
Ms. Drain, are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time for the exam. They are not present and I cannot proceed without their testimony today.
Because the people are not ready to move forward and cannot move forward today, I will dismiss without prejudice. Ms. Cameron, you have a tether on? Yes. I will put on your dismissal paperwork to remove your tether. And make sure you wait in the hallway for a copy of this, get your tether removed, okay? Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
We're off the record. Where's the next one? None of these are- Yeah, oh, the right there. Thomas Clifford and packages for
Out.
I'll send it over to the tether unit so you can get a tether. We'll probably wait on a plane. With the plane. Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. Might be to be checking in. I know. She's checking in on 11. Oh, okay.
Ross just called.
These are those. Just waiting on the defendant, attorney Perlman. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be one for. Oh, gee. So Johnny, getting the. Next piece, if you're all ready. You can go back to it. We are back on the record, case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. No need for appearances. Are the people ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Judge, we are.
Go right ahead.
At this time, you can call Dr. Omar Reyes. Thank you, Judge. You say your name for the record?
My name is Omar Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 16.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the US where I did my residency training for anatomic and pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin and passed the board examination in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And is that two separate board certifications?
Yes.
And can you just separate those out?
Yes, so I passed the board examination for anatomic and clinical pathology and the board examination for forensic pathology, so I'm certified.
And then, is that while you were working at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, before.
Okay, and then you started working there?
Yes.
And for the last 6 years, has it been your primary role, or one of your main roles is to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And are you currently practiced or licensed to practice medicine in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert in this field?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Reyes as an expert in forensic, anatomical, and clinical pathology.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. I don't see the relevance of Dr. Ray's testimony in this matter. We haven't heard anything that he's performed an autopsy. That would be the matter of his expertise.
Judge, I believe that as an offer, Dr. Reyes is going to testify to a review of Isaiah's medical records that he was provided and his opinion as to those records. I can ask him if record review is something that he does as part of his job on a regular basis.
If you could.
Doctor, in terms of performing autopsies and coming to your conclusions as to cause and manner, do you regularly review medical records associated with the decedent?
Yes, I do.
And is that something that can inform your opinion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And do you rely on those records in various cases?
Yes.
And were you asked to review medical records in this case?
Yes.
You did not perform an autopsy in this case.
No.
I would renew my qualification for Dr. Reyes.
I would be curious to know what was the date on the medical records that he reviewed for any relevance of the medical records to this matter.
Well, I think it is relevant because we provide proof as to why the witness is on the stand regarding medical records.
I guess I can object when we get to that.
Right, we object or on cross. So, yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, at this time, too, I should have done this before I called him, I would move to admit people's proposed 18, which are the medical records from July 2014 to October of 2023 for Isaiah Harris.
And at this time, I'm going to object to the admission of these records as irrelevant. They're through October 2023. The date of disappearance of Isaiah Harris was January 2024. That's a 4-month period. I don't see how these are relevant to what might have happened in those 4 months. It's certainly not relevant to what may have happened on January the 9th.
And Judge, I think the defense's objection as to relevancy goes to the weight that this court can give those or not give those records, not the admissibility of those records, because while it doesn't encompass straight up to the January 9th, it does encompass a several year period for her where, as again, an offer of proof, the doctor is going to say there was nothing life threatening that we saw in these records.
I would agree. Overruled. So I would admit that people's exhibit 18.
18. May I approach that?
Yes.
Approaching this was now been admitted people's 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes.
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
Yes.
And
Yes.
approaching with what's been marked as people's proposed 42. Do you recognize that document that I handed you, a proposed 42, Doctor?
Yes.
And is that your report that you wrote after you reviewed the records in Exhibit 18?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number on that document?
Exhibit 42.
And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed 42.
And I'm objecting to this, Your Honor, specifically to the last paragraph in this letter. It assumes facts, not in evidence, where it says the cause of death remains unknown. There's not evidence of a death at this point. In terms of MRE 703, I don't believe that they'd be admissible pursuant to any expert testimony, because the expert testimony has to rely on facts in our data and evidence, and we don't have that. It's not, as far as I understand, Dr. Ray's job to declare death, and we don't have a declaration of death. We've seen no government, paperwork from any government agency making that declaration.
Judge, I don't think that's required for the doctor to opine as to his opinions as to the medical records that he reviewed in this case. His qualifications allow him to do that. Those medical records are what he's talking about. Those medical records are admitted as evidence at this point. And the underlying data that he relied on is there, so that does comport with MRE 703 related to expert witnesses and opinions.
Of course, it's a little difficult, because I don't see exhibit 42, what the contents are. You're just speaking to the last paragraph.
The last paragraph, which assumes the fact that I don't believe it's been placed in evidence and is beyond the ken of Dr. Reyes' expertise in this matter.
Cause of death?
Correct.
It says that the cause of death remains unknown, which Judge, obviously, Ms. Quick is getting to one of the main issues in this case, and one of the big questions in this case, that I anticipate is going to be a defense argument, and we will have that argument at some point, but for the purposes of this testimony, the data that Dr. Reyes relied on is in evidence, and certainly this court can take that document and proposed exhibit for what it says and give it the appropriate weight.
I will give it the appropriate weight. We all know that that's one of the big issues here in this case. So I will admit it with your objection of it.
Thank you, Judge.
That'll be exhibit 42.
Thank you. And doctor, were you requested to do this medical record review by a certain agency?
Yes.
And who requested that?
Wayne County Prosecutor Office.
Okay, and after you reviewed those records, you wrote that report. Can you read the last paragraph of that report?
Last paragraph states, as we do not have Nazaya's body available for examination, the cause of death remains unknown. Her medical history reveals no life-threatening conditions, and her vaccinations were up to date.
And based on the records that you reviewed in that time period, did you see anything in there that would have caused Nazaya to die naturally?
No.
I have nothing further to say.
I just have one, I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. Maybe the medical records are from January 14, 2023.
January 2014 to October of 2023. July 2023. I'm sorry. It is contained in that exhibit.
Okay, can you just publish it?
Permission. Very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Reyes. So just to be clear, you are not Nazaya Harris's treating physician.
No.
So you don't have any knowledge, no personal knowledge of Nazaya Harris.
No.
Or any medical issues that she may or may not have had.
No.
Your role in this case was only to review medical records that were supplied to you.
Correct.
Your actual job is to perform autopsies, correct?
Correct.
Also, and an autopsy is examining a person who is deceased, right?
Yes.
And determining a manner of cause of death.
Yes.
You can also interpret toxicology.
Correct.
And lab results,
Yes.
that kind of thing. Is it your job to declare somebody as deceased? Typically.
Typically, I am the pronouncing doctor when we respond to a death scene.
Okay, so if you were to go and view something yourself.
Yes.
And have personal knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident.
Correct.
Okay. So if you don't have a body, you can't really opine as to whether a person is in fact deceased, fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified that you wrote a letter to the prosecutor in this case.
Yes.
And in that letter, well, what did you review in preparation of writing that letter?
I do medical records that were provided by the prosecutor.
And those are just the medical records that that you have been referring to?
Yes.
And is that all that you have reviewed?
Yes.
Do you have any other personal knowledge of the circumstances of this case?
No.
Okay.
You reject?
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay. You all said, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, people will call Rion Green. Oh, before we do that, Judge. You just step outside. Sorry. Judge, if I may just very briefly move for the admission of people's proposed exhibits 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56, which are MSP records 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10 under MCL 76611B.
And for purposes of exam, we have no objection.
It would be available.
Thank you. And at this time,
I'm sorry, I just want to repeat, 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56.
correct.
Okay.
And then at this time, we would call Rihanna Green.
Yes. Watch your step. Also, you can pull that whole microphone off the ledge. You testify, so you can hear you better.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Rian. This is my first name. Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, State?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any, first, what is your primary role in what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police Lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, it's been almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15 years now.
You've been in the lab for the last 4 years, or almost.
Correct.
Okay. And while your time in the lab, has that been spent on body fluid identification?
Correct.
And do you have any training or education that allows you to do that role in body fluid identification?
Yes, so my education, I have a bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University. And my training, I went through a body fluid identification scientist training, which included practice samples, mock samples, paperwork observations, lots of literature to read.
And how long, in terms of hours, was that training? Or how many training hours do you have in total for this body fluid identification job?
I'm not sure of the hours, but the training was from June of 21 to September of 22.
Okay, so quite a long.
Yes.
And did you successfully complete that training?
Yes.
And do you go through a recertification or retraining every year on an annual basis?
Not necessarily retraining, but we do have proficiency tests that we do. We have 2 a year that we do, and they are yearly and they are mandatory.
And have you successfully completed all of those provisions?
Yes.
And are you currently working in the body fluid identification field?
Yes.
And how many different cases have you worked on to identify different body fluids that were submitted for law enforcement agencies in the almost 4 years you've worked there?
I don't have an exact number, but at least 100. I can say that.
At this time, Judge, I moved to qualify, or have you testified as an expert previously?
Yes.
In both in Wayne County and outside of Wayne County?
Just Wayne County.
Just Wayne County?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I moved to qualify Ms. Green as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
I would just ask how many times you testified previously
Previously as a scientist too.
as an expert?
Yes.
How many? Two, okay. No objections. Okay.
And first, can you describe what is meant by body fluid identification in general terms?
So body fluid identification is the examining evidence items for the possible presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva.
And do you use different tests to identify, let's talk about blood primarily. Is there a test that you've used and used in this case to identify or determine if blood is possibly present on a piece of evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
And what is that test to talk about or different tests?
So we can use different tests for blood in this instance. Primarily, there's a test called phenolphthalein. I can spell it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. PHENOLPHCHALEIN. And we refer to it in the lab as pheno for short, if that's easier. But that is essentially a two-step test that we use. It's a color change test to where if there is a possible presence of blood, it will turn a pink color. If there is not, or it's like an undetectable amount, it will not change color technically.
And is there another test that you use specifically for blood?
We also have what we call hemosticks available, which are essentially strips, little plastic strips with a pad on the end that is also a color change test, but it's simpler to use. Touch it to your cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a hemotrace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those three tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the pheno test, can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yes, so again, it's a two-step test where you have the pheno solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the two components used. It's a 1-for-1, one drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the one, you drop the two, and then it'll change to the pink color, or it will not. If it changes to the pink, you refer to that as positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of blood.
Possible presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood. We call that the hemotrace, I believe.
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the hemotrace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain in this. For example, a particular stain, you extract it in a buffer solution that comes in the hemotrace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette. And there's a cartridge test, and it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test, where a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive, and not, it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as the People's 41. And Ms. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes,
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant to this case?
yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there in the report?
This is record 7.
And is that, what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish exhibit 4.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that?
Yes.
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hands? That's on the screen.
That is the same document.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Oh. And moving down to evidence reviewed, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for this submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side there, can you hear me okay when I turn this way?
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered in our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number though, is that also included in the evidence review?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in container number 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie.
And what agency number was included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical use of evidence?
Was a pink bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from Detroit Police Department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood. Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes.
And did you also test for semen as well?
Yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what was your, first, what is that test called?
This, the test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any, what was the result of that test?
It was negative.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie. And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the phenol test. The way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did. It's how, for some reason, that's how our system, our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the phenol or phenolphthalein test.
And is that a blood, you described that as a blood test, correct?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive and there were areas that were phenopositive.
Okay. And can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So there were, I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood, and I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
But some of them did.
Some of them did.
If you know how many did and how many didn't.
I wouldn't know.
With looking at photos of that, be able to help you answer that question.
Looking at photos, yes, it was,
Okay, we will come back to that.
okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be, yes,
Let's just go down the list of the tests, if that's okay, as they're listed up here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one there?
the next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were pheno positive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the possible presence of human blood.
Okay, and pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No,
That's what the hemotrace is for.
the hemotrace will tell us, yes.
And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemostix test, correct?
Mhm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopause, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive results and make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemostix, because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemostix has a yellow pad and it changes to like a deep blue when you apply the sample to it, so.
And so, as it's listed here, the hemostix test was positive, correct?
For the ones that I tested, yes.
For the ones that you tested, which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct.
And you said that you tested the weak positives from the pheno?
Yes,
And did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here. There's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it is? Or the paragraph at the top there?
Where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean, and why did you include that in the report? Why is that?
That sums up the results from page 1 for the hemotrace, hemostix, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood or for the pheno tested stains.
And in terms of after you conducted your test on the black hoodie, or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to preserve more swabs for further testing by a DNA analysis?
After I did my testing, I went back and I selected 2 stains to send forward to DNA. So I swabbed those areas with 2 sterile swabs. And cut those. Once they were dry, you have to wet the swab first. Of course, swab the stain, let it dry, and then the swabs were cut and tubed and sent forward to our DNA lab.
And what was the reason you didn't use the same swabs that you had already taken and tested with the pheno and hemostix and hemotrace?
So with the hoodie swabs that I sent forward, there was enough of the stain there to where I wasn't concerned really with total consumption of that stain. So I didn't use the tested swab. I used fresh swabs to swab that stain.
And after you send those forward for analysis by another technician, are those individual swabs that you sent forward given an identifying number to keep track of them in your chain of custody system?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach that?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as record number, or as admitted as 25, which is record number 8, testified to by Erica Anderson. Just looking at that report, the screen, are your swabs that you sent forward listed on record number 8?
Yes, they are.
Just as it relates to item number, for container number 5.
Yes.
And can you read the agent or the container number associated with the swabs you sent forward for item number 5 off of record number 8?
The container number or the item number?
Both.
Okay, the contain, or the item number on here for the item, for item 5 would be MD 24-691-5, capital A, lower D. Another set of swabs sent forward is MD 24-691-5, capital B, lower D. And MD 24-691-5, capital C, lower D.
And the first two ending in AD and BD are listed as black hoodie stain swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then CD is listed as a black hoodie swab.
Correct.
And what's the difference between those two things where you have stain swab and then just swab?
The AD and BD that are referred to as black hoodie stain swabs were swabs of the actual staining that I tested. And that test, the phenol test and Futris. The 5 CD, which just says black hoodie swabs, are for wearer ID. That would be swabbing with 2 sterile wet swabs, the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve, cuffs.
Yeah. And those are the swab, so just the swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that stuff, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the hemotrace test?
Correct.
Oh. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test.
Mhm.
What was the result of the pheno test on the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further into the hemotrace or phenotypic steps?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send a tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, sir.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs will be MD 24-691-6, capital A, lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs will be MD 24-691-6, capital B, lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, sorry, the regular swab, not the same swab for 6, for item or container 6 that you sent forward. That was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier.
For the wearer ID, it was the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area because it was like a sleeveless item. I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said all the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly to item 7 now. First, what was that item that you processed?
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Naziah Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and moving, passing it, or sending it forward for testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
Okay, thank you. And may I approach Mr. Richard? And in terms of those two items, the pink bodysuit and the black hoodie, did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office? Or were they provided?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing, and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package, I lay it out to get a full picture of the item. And I take photos after I mark it up with like my testing results and, you know.
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And those, that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit people's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit.
Objection.
Would be a minute, people 64.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here in this, on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior, the clothing item, front and back of the exterior, and in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on the further slide. But this here at the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after FEMA testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess, like shoulder to torso of the garments.
And you have some words inputted on the top right, indicating that there was pheno-negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to some of the viewers, such as yourself, would look at this photo and see the pH-N. That's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means pheno-negative.
Okay. And we go to the slide. Sorry. And I want to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive phenol stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it would be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those things.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out, so that's why we can see that what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now it could be real simple. And this says on here pH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
And so that area on the inside of the, if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood. Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested, or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes,
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly accurately depict your observations as you're testing move forward of the black?
yes.
Move to admit people's proposed. People's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up.
No objection.
He'll be admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yeah.
And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen, can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before, is this before any testing has been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles, that's why so many pictures. But
Okay. And is this again just standard overview before any testing has been done?
yes,
And we go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
this is the interior portion that would be in contact, like if you pull the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head. That's
Yes.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking here and has any testing been done at this?
This is, after testing, this is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie and I marked those areas that had fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR with the infrared is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would drop would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with the yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, or the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on this, the front of this hoodie. Are you able to tell us, and I know you said you comment about what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down a little bit.
So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of certain areas, yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct, where there's like where the icon, the hand, right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR, so I put IR next to it, so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but it's.
It's a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible in blood.
Okay. If we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light stream?
Yes,
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
this is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. You can see it right over the swabs there. It says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this agreement to say on that?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
Okay,
bicep area. Yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Right. You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct, like I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs, and it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just, I start from number one and I just go, it's a tracking system for me, so I would double test the stain. And because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's enough, that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall.
I'm going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the hemotrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third and fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the hemotrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw it on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive? If you remember.
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear.
We have one more.
Yes.
Is there both of those stains 20 and 28 that you sent forward were phenopositive and chemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also chemotrace positive and phenopositive.
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, like, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger phenopositive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on Switcher.
Okay. And
before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where she was pointing to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back right side,
No, I just wanted the record to be clear.
from the lower back.
Thanks.
In terms of the testing that you did and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience? Would there be that much on there, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say because it varies from case to case.
Fair enough. And do you still have record number 8 up there? Or did I take that?
No, you.
You indicated earlier that the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
Correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I will not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
When looking at your notes refresh your memory?
Yes.
Then please do so and then look back at the meeting. When you refresh. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What stain swab number that you gave it is 580?
5AB will be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD would be 28?
Correct.
And that's the back right, lower back right side?
Correct.
I have another further interesting.
Who's handling this witness, Mr. Riggins or Mr. One moment off the record. You ready? Yep. The people of the state of Michigan versus Patrice Denise Johnson, 2460998. Ms. Johnson is charged with count 1, assault with dangerous weapon, 26 assault, count 2, domestic violence, set for a preliminary examination today. Aaron,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P 73168, appearing on behalf of Patrice Johnson, who's present standing to my left.
state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Patrice Denise.
Good morning. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time. He is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
Based on that, Judge, we would move for dismissal this matter.
Time is now 12:06. The people cannot move forward. I will dismiss without prejudice. Anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're all set, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Thomas in custody too?
Thomas out.
Okay. Can you bring it to the Thomas? Can you approach on that?
I might have to approach very, very briefly.
Okay. She's in custody, so no time. Right? She had to tell the requirement. She had post, but she didn't know about it. Mr. Thomas, just have a seat quickly. I have to get to the attorney to make the requirement. Sorry. That's okay.
Max Wine.
Oh, I was doing that,
Oh,
but she don't like me to print what I,
oh, okay.
so, I got you.
Okay, we're going to call Clifford Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you can just stand right next to your attorney. This is case 2460747, the people of the state of Michigan versus Clifford Daniel Thomas. Charged with count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, assault intended to rape, bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, domestic violence, which is a misdemeanor with an individual finished second offense set for an exam today. Appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
May it please this honorable court, William Notes, P 42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, representing Mr. Clifford Thomas, who is the president. This time, Judge Clifford Thomas.
Thank you. I'll take right to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this moment. The complaining witness, a Ms. Crystal Stanley, was subpoenaed to be present for court. She did appear in court. She was in the witness room, talking with the victim advocate. She received a call from their child's school indicating that she needed to come to the school. This isn't a medical emergency situation that they called and said. And she left because of that. So, Your Honor, she does want to go forward with this case. However, I cannot proceed today. I would ask for a brief adjournment.
Did you say their child meaning?
I believe it's their child.
All my kids.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to any adjournment. My client's been here and is ready to proceed with his exam. I don't know the exact reason why this woman was here and left. And if the people can't proceed today, I'm asking the court to dismiss the matter. If they think it's important enough, well, they can simply refile.
It could have easily been Mr. Thomas, so that it would be his child
But he
from
didn't
school,
have to.
right? She went. So I'm going to find the cause based off of the emergency. She was here and was on time and ready to go. As far as the date, I don't know. I guess we'll start with you, Mr. Notes, because you probably have the most complicated schedule.
Give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay. Friday the 13th appears to be a good day.
You check it out. Yeah, afternoon. 1:30. 1:30.
Excuse me, Aaron?
1:30. On 13.
Can I do it anytime earlier?
How many exams are you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, one defendant has 6 cases.
Oh, it's 6 exams and 1 for 1 fail. With 5 other exams. It's 11.
11?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you.
No, I mean, no, there are 11 exams already scheduled for the morning. That was a nice try. Whoa. You just want to hang out all day on 13 years?
You are.
You know,
If you
it's
have to-
great
if you have
if
to
you-
put me in at 1:30, I'll be here.
Do you want 1:30 to join, or would you like to just squeeze it in?
Either way, it's fine. It's gonna be one witness. It's gonna be pretty quick. And so.
Is there one set for 9 o'clock?
Let's do 9.
9 o'clock, you'll be first.
At 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Mr. Mahana, after cross, I'll call your matter so we can go on further. Okay, back to Mr. Butts. 24604, excuse me, wrong page. 2459617, people of state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. You just completed direct examination on the screen. And you can begin your cross. Ready now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Green.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start just by going over some of the things I think you testified to make sure that I am clear. And so we'll start with the black hoodie, because that's where we started, I think, on direct. You tested a number of spots on the black hoodie. Well, I guess you started with the IR, you said, right? To determine if any of the spots you could see were potentially blood. Potentially. Some of those spots could have been, dirt, mud, anything else, right? That could have created a color of a spot on the shirt or the hoodie, fair to say? Fair to say. Okay. And so once you marked all of the spots that tested presumptively positive under, well, I guess you started with the ALS, that was your screening. Right, and then you went from there to the IR. Correct. And then from there you went to the phenolphthalein. Correct. Okay. And so of all the spots that you tested, there were 3 that were positive for blood, is that correct?
On the black
On the
hoodie,
black hoodie.
there were multiple that tested positive, but I focused on the ones that had a stronger phenol positive or.
Okay, and you said you didn't do any confirmatory testing on the ones that tested, weak, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said of all of those you sent 2 for testing for DNA.
Yes.
And then moving on to the pink jumpsuit, again, you tested a number of spots on the jumpsuit for, for blood, presence of blood, correct? And it, based on my review of the picture, it looks like there was at least 10 spots that you tested. Is that fair to say?
There was at least 10 on the pink jumpsuit.
I think I saw a number like 16, and I don't know if that's where it ended or, but that seems fair, between 10 and 20 maybe.
Possibly more, but yes.
Okay. And was there only one spot on the jumpsuit that tested, that you confirmed the blood?
Well, it wasn't, it was tested with phenol, which is the possible presence of blood. I didn't do the human trace to confirm that it was human blood because of a limited amount of sample. But yes, it was one.
There was one.
Yes.
And it was a small enough stain that you were concerned of that it would be consumed if you tried to do additional testing.
Yes.
And that's, we're talking about, just for clarification, the spot on the actual jumpsuit, right? The spot that you were swabbing was small.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what all the other areas on the jumpsuit were that you tested that had different colors?
As far as what they were.
What the substance was?
No.
We're also given a number of other samples of things to test. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think you tested some trunk carpet.
Yes.
And that was, you tested that for with phenolphthalein, correct?
Correct.
And that was negative.
Yes.
You tested a driver's floor mat.
Yes.
Is that from a vehicle?
Yes.
You tested that for blood, presence of blood.
Yes.
Using the phenolphthalein.
Correct.
And that was negative.
Correct.
You tested driver's seat, cutting from a driver's seat.
Yes.
And that's also from a vehicle, presumably?
Yes.
Okay. That was also negative?
Correct.
And then there's a sample that was taken from, it says trunk trim. Did you swab the trim yourself, or was it a swab that was given to you to test? Do you recall?
I did receive a large plastic piece from a trunk trim that I did test, yes.
Okay, and so you tested that also for phenolphthalein, or with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood, sorry.
Correct.
And that tested negative.
Correct.
Okay. So of all the things that you tested from, do you know if you were also in the same vehicle?
I received parts from what was labeled on the package from 2 different vehicles on different submissions.
Okay, do you know what type of vehicles they were?
One was listed on the submission form as a Cadillac Escalade, and there was another one, it was a vehicle, a Nissan Sentra, if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay. And so on separate vehicle, you were given some, well, it looks like maybe you were given actual door handles to swap. Does that seem correct?
I didn't receive any door handles. I received swabs of
the door handle.
parts of vehicles, yes.
Okay, and that was from a vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, and you tested that for blood, correct?
Correct.
And you used the phenolphthalein test.
Correct.
And also it looks like you did the hemostasis test on that.
Correct.
And both were negative.
Both were negative, yes.
Okay. You were also given some swabs from a trunk speaker.
Yes.
And you did the same 2 tests on that, correct?
Yes.
And those were also negative for blood.
Yes.
And then it looks like you had another trunk door, frame swab?
Yes,
And were you just given the swab or you weren't given like the door yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you tested that with both the hemosticks and the phenolphthalein,
correct,
and those were both negative?
yes.
And I just kind of want to talk, I guess, generally about the presence of blood, or lack of presence of blood. Blood doesn't necessarily, or the presence of blood doesn't necessarily disappear just because you clean something, fair to say? But it's possible that it would not test positive for blood, but it also, something that had been cleaned could also test positive for blood still. Even though I don't see it.
Correct.
Okay. So for example, if I cut my finger with a knife and I get blood on the floor, wipe it with a Clorox wipe, somebody can still test that for blood and potentially see evidence of blood having been there.
Potentially.
I mean, there's tools like luminol that can detect blood, correct?
Correct.
And I think you used that in one of your other tests in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it is used, right?
Yes.
Okay. Blue Star is another tool that can be used to detect blood if there's an assumption or presumption that it's been cleaned, or to say.
It is, we don't use Blue Star though.
You use luminol instead?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have a test that can timestamp the presence of biological material, right?
We do not.
Okay. So you can't testify when blood is deposited, or presumptively blood is deposited on an item.
I cannot.
You also don't have a test for how it got there.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think anything else, thank you.
Very briefly. Ms. Green, Ms. Quick just asked you about the samples that tested positive or presumptively positive of the phenolphthalein and the hemosticks or hemotrix. You said you focused on the stronger ones. First, what do you mean by the stronger ones?
Depending on the amount of possible blood that's there, sometimes the reaction can be like a stronger pink or a faint pink, or it can be instant, like a blaring pink. It just depends on how much is there. And the ones that, like, I had some weak positives up there, but I also had the ones that were like instant bright pink. That's what I consider a stronger.
And those are the ones that you focus on to send forward for further DNA testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and when you go through and do all of that work that you did in terms of the ALS, the IR, and the pheno testing, and the semen testing, what is the reason that you're doing that? Is it to get the best possible sample to go forward, or is it something else?
That is true, to get the best possible sample going forward. The one that we possibly have the most body fluid in it, we sent for DNA. And in this case, I conducted semen testing as well as the blood testing, because when the clothing was submitted, the person that received the case and had case details, there was possible sexual assault listed on the lab request form.
Okay, and so that's the reason you did semen testing?
Correct.
I have nothing else.
You guys, thank you. Okay, Mr. Makepeace, it's funny you look at your watch.
It's actually good, but Judge, I think with the schedule that we're witnessing now would be the best to see.
Lunch break. Okay. How many witnesses do you anticipate? Two more?
Two.
So that'd be the officer in charge and.
Christopher James, he's going to be there.
Okay. We have one matter we have to handle anyway, so how about? Come back at 1:45, you finish both of them.
I'll leave that to Mr.
Okay, possibly. Okay, we'll come back at 1:45. That's money.
Thank you.
Court is now back in session.
We are back on the record, People of the State of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts, 2459617. Mr. We can go ahead and take witness. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Good.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yolanda Butts,
And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
And do you know, what name Jarvis Butts?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's my brother.
And how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes,
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
That's all I'm walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt, he's sitting behind, ready to the side here.
And you're over the record of like to identify the defendant in this case.
So, but in this either, I saw him walking in, you saw him, when you were walking in or when he was walking?
When I was walking just now.
Thank you. And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and Frank, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26, 2024?
Yes,
And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that I saw Messiah the day she went missing.
Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw Nizaya on the day she went missing?
Where do you want me to start? It's a lot.
So from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw Nadiah?
At the shop on Harbor and Commerce.
Okay, and whose shop was that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and I just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis' shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes,
Okay, and around what time did you leave?
somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So it's a two car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car. They're working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going to the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother.
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
Was it the Cadillac Escalade?
Do you remember what color?
Kind of like the pearl white, off white thing.
Okay, and you said you described this as a like a two garage shop?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to approach the people's exhibit 7. Ms. Butts, do you recognize what is it we're looking at in exhibit 7?
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
That is the shop.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis' shop?
In front of the car doors, well, the garage right here. The cars facing, I don't know what direction they're going towards where I should have in the front, but outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road?
Yeah.
Okay. You draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yes, your car was. Yes. And then put an arrow, so way you were facing. And where is it where that Jarvis' truck was? Let's put a J where Jarvis' truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing my direction, so the front was toward.
Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Now, you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
I saw her, as she was walking, I never saw her face.
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
And what door, what side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis' truck? Or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. May I approach? Yes. And you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, group admission, People's Exhibit 10, it's Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yeah.
And we would have been both, People's Exhibit
Any objection? Okay, it'll be a bit as People's Exhibit 10.
10. Okay, and in People's 2, that also, where is the, what you recognize People's Exhibit 2?
Like, channel 2 here.
Okay, facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but
Okay. What about in channel 1 of Exhibit 2?
it'll be this.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket?
Yeah.
The back of a jacket? Okay. So that you saw this little girl with this jacket on, getting in and out, going into the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
No.
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the station.
Okay, so about how far in front of you was she?
Let's say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit further. I'm sure, but about that distance.
From where you are to them?
Yeah.
Okay. And
20, 25 feet.
yeah, I would agree with 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face?
No.
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
I just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her getting out of the car. When I was walking towards her, it was like she's tiny, and I just remember the coat.
Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Tiny, skinny, sure.
Okay. And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word, or he said it's my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay.
But
You knew who he was referring to?
yeah,
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
no,
And what is it that made you think something, was there a time when you thought something different?
yes.
Okay, and what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, so a video call from one of his kids' mom. And, she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day. And then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone.
And who's the Shannon that you called?
His kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay, what is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the.
Objection, this is hearsay.
It's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed is,
I'm not sure what she's even about to say.
to the extent that it's informed of someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
You need to speak up.
You can stand up and
Please.
make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay.
Oh. Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you're going.
Trying to remember. Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed of some things that had taken place big Valentine's Day, so they told me that his
So
partner
objection.
King.
Okay, so at
That
this point, this is hearsay. They told me, and a lack of personal knowledge of the things that she was informed of.
Can I finish?
One second. What is an objection? Everybody, the witness has to stop talking.
So based on those, do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes,
Okay. Who do you go and talk
his partner King
to? Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
at the shop on Harper and Commerce.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe, what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened, and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at, my brother's shop besides my nieces, outside the little girl that I saw getting out of the truck.
And you told this to who?
King.
Who is King again?
His business partner.
Okay, and do you know his government name?
I believe it's Cordero or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then this the one little girl you saw that one day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
Well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to be hearsay again.
So I'm just gonna go to the effective on the list.
There could be an exception. I don't know what she said. So you might as well stay standing up. Go ahead, say.
After I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was Nasiah that I saw that taken.
I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay and that it is being used for the truth.
Judge, I would say that it's actually a statement of identification.
This is not an identification that she personally made, she's just being told.
And she saw the Nasiah that day, so it's.
She didn't know who it was, I mean, she had no idea who this was, that's
She
not
didn't know
her
who it was.
identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay, so without saying what King said, were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, and to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that that was King's niece?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
Yes.
Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? That is a poorly worded question. I'm sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes,
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
no,
Okay. What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes,
Okay. Sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw that little girl?
can I ask you a question? I didn't remember the exact day at that time.
Okay. What is it that makes you believe that it was Ms. Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer what you're asking me, like,
That may be a fully. Okay, so we'll thank you. Yes. Ms. Butts, did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
yes,
Okay. And the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Um, When is it that you went through your phone locations to determine the date? I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
Believe February, I think like 24th or the 26th, I can't remember the exact day.
Okay, that's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
Yes,
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
yes,
Okay. And your phone kind of extraction in general? Is it to go through your phone for the data?
yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge? 30 seconds.
Do you go to the shop where your brother works periodically, right?
From time to time, yes,
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today,
yes,
a couple times at least,
yes,
and you've been back there after.
yes.
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
That was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes,
Okay, when you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
my nieces,
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't gonna be able to work on your car?
no,
No, did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay. They can't admit statements of defendant.
I'm looking more so for her own statement, actually. Let's start with her own statement. Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
before you arrived? You asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car today.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One. And was that via text or call or some other way?
Probably video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over?
Earlier in the day, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later.
He told me I could come.
Judge, this is kind of all calling hearsay in the backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not that you necessarily asked for it, but it is hearsay.
Sure, we can research her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on
You keep saying work on my car. I said, look at my car.
Okay, look at your car, but you asked personally in the video.
Yes.
Okay, and that was maybe that morning?
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to one.
Okay. Okay, and as you were saying, this day, I think you said you saw some other children there at other times, but this particular child, you only ever saw this child on this particular day.
Yes,
And the whole time you were there from your testimony and come back police interview, you said that you never saw her face.
yes,
And then you did also see some news stories about this case.
yes,
On the podcast that you talked about. Right, there were some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure, but that was, by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was thinking the podcast after some other things that was told to me. That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular.
Not at all.
Okay. And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she
No,
was.
that's not the reason why I thought that.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
I guess you could say that.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay, in your police interview that you did
Mhm.
you tell them that at first when you saw the news, you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes,
Okay. So that interview was on February 26th, 2024, right?
Yeah.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
Not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay, were there some times at least though, when you asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. Well, would you agree that at least
Like,
when you're,
it didn't happen.
okay, I
I
was just saying,
probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time, there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer?
I can't disagree.
And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview, that was when you first started to think that maybe this girl who came to the shop had been Messiah Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was Messiah Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay, I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay, so probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay.
And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Okay, but when you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck, yes.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes,
You arrived in the daylight, right?
yes,
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck.
No, I didn't.
I think you said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck.
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck, he was outside.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, that's when the door opened.
Okay, so there's a light turned on, and at the same time, a door open?
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open. Yes. And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station,
Yes,
and only at one of those different times, you were on your way to the gas station as well.
yes,
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
when I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay. So you understood initially that when you arrived, you'd probably have to wait at the shop sometime?
Yes,
You referred to just one other car you worked on first. Is that all there was before you?
it was actually another vehicle out there, but I don't pay my brother to work on my car, so I had to wait until he was done making his money. So I waited.
Sure. So do you know how many cars he worked on before he got to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if there were any other customers present in person?
I did see someone, I can't remember what kind of car they was in, but it was, I believe, a gentleman, that needed to pull into the garage because Jarvis asked me to move my car out the way because I was blocking the garage, so yes,
Was this someone you recognized at all?
no,
So in total, other than Jarvis or who you refer to as King, was there anyone present that you recognized that day?
no. Just King and my brother.
So as you said, the sunset light were there. Do you know about how long it was light out before it got dark?
Well, I got there about 4 o'clock. It didn't take long for it to get dark. I don't remember the exact time, but that dark pretty fast.
Okay, and then other than when you went to the gas station, were you always at the shop?
What do you mean?
So did you go anywhere else?
No, I never left. All I did was move my car when he asked me to move my car. And once the driveway was clear, I back where I was. I didn't go anywhere.
Okay, and when you were present, not going to the gas station, were you always inside your vehicle?
Yes,
Were your doors open or closed?
closed.
Okay, and were your windows up or down?
They were up unless I asked them something,
Okay, so sometimes if you needed to communicate, you just open the window.
or I would call them, yeah. Yes,
And you were saying today that at one point you did speak to Jarvis about who this girl was.
yes,
And when you were talking to the police about this, you had said that you weren't sure exactly what his response was.
what I said was I wasn't sure of the word.
Sure, that's what I mean. That
Okay.
You told the police, right, that it might have been King's niece, or maybe you said it's my homeboy's niece.
He said it was his partner or King's niece, but he definitely said it was someone else's niece.
Okay, does it sound right to you that you used the term homeboy's niece for the police?
I probably did.
Okay,
Something saying to me.
and then that's what you continued to think at first, right? At first, you just believed that it was someone else's niece.
Yeah,
Specifically, you thought it was probably King's niece,
that's what I was talking about.
which I think as we established that King is the same person as Cordell, right?
Yes,
And then after that, you would listen to some of these podcasts and to the news.
I listened to this kid's mother and then I watched the podcast.
Okay, so those are some things that happened.
Yes,
And then once you started to have this different information you were gathering, then you kind of started to look into it for yourself,
yes,
do some of your own investigation.
yes,
And then at one point following that, that's when you decided to go back to the shop
yes,
to speak to Cordell,
yes,
to discuss some of these things you've been learning with.
yes.
You and Jarvis are not particularly close.
I wouldn't say that we're really distant. I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have a very close relationship, or?
He's my brother.
What about with his children? Are you close with his children?
Some of the ones that I know.
So he has 13 kids, right?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea of around how many kids he has?
A lot,
Okay. Do some of them live with different mothers?
yes.
And you don't spend time with all of them?
No,
So which ones do you know?
I don't want to say their names. They're minors.
Okay.
And I don't want to disclose their identity.
Could you just give like a number instead? How many do you know?
I'm counting. About 8.
So when you say 8 that you know, does that mean 8 that you have like personal contact with?
I have.
Okay. When is the last time that you've seen any of them?
Yeah, 2 months ago,
Were you and Jarvis raised by your grandmother?
for the most part.
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
No.
Oh, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect? Yes. Ms. Butts, you said that there was there was another reason, a different reason, that you thought that it was Nazai that you had saw it that day. When you started to compile, or you talked to Shannon Harris, and then you got the podcast, before that, you said there was other reasons why you had thought that was Nazai.
So.
Yes,
Can I
what-
speak for,
what is that?
okay,
Yes.
so, at the time, I didn't know. Once I realized that it was a possibility, that I saw her, there were several reasons that led me to believe, that it was a possibility that I was there. And I didn't want to get into detail as far as what I knew before the podcast. But if you would like, I will explain to you why I thought these things.
Janice,
So too.
can we approach? Yes.
We need to discuss the, right? Oh, you need to discuss the.
Yeah.
Okay.
The date is in there.
Okay.
There's more.
Uh.
There's a word from there.
Uh.
There's a word.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is. I got like 2 days.
Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Butts, you are still under oath. Ms. Griffin, you go right ahead.
Thank you. So what's the sources of these reasons that you have? Are these things that you know from your personal knowledge? Are these things that you observe yourself? So these reasons that you were thinking of, what are the sources of them? Is it somebody told you something? Is it something that you saw yourself, you observed, or how do you know that?
Let's say there's both things that I was told and things that I heard.
Were there heard from Jarvis?
No,
Okay. Were these things that you had already known prior
prior to,
to thinking that was Messiah that you saw?
I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question.
So are these things the sources that you have for these reasons? Are they like things that you have personal knowledge of, or are they things that somebody told you about?
These were things that I was told. I'm trying to understand the question that you're asking.
Ms. Griffin, you're referring to the question before we went into a sidebar about her leading up to believing that it was possibly Messiah Harris at the shop, right?
Yes.
Does that help clarify?
Okay.
The question?
Okay, so those reasons, those things, are those things that you had known before? Are they based on your observations? Or
Well, these were things that I was told. And after asking the questions that I needed to ask, I came up with the conclusion that it was a possibility that Naziah was the little girl that I saw.
You said that when you were parked at Jarvis's shop, that it was getting dark out.
Yes.
Okay. That darkness, is that maybe the reason why the color on the jacket stood out?
Well, the jacket didn't stand out until I was walking into the gas station behind her because I wasn't really like paying attention to what she had on. I just kept seeing her get in and out of the truck, going in the gas station and coming back to the truck. And that's what caught my attention.
Okay, so the movement is what attracted you to it at first?
Yes.
Okay. Kevin, the judge.
Okay, Ms. Butts, you are going to testify once you start. Okay, one last witness for today, right?
It's time to call Latricia Johnson.
Raise your right hand, please.
You swear to tell the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, please state your name for the record.
Latricia Johnson,
And how old are you?
31.
And I don't want to know your exact address, but what street do you live on?
Adjournment.
And what kind of vehicle did you drive back in January of 2024?
Blue Nissan Sentra.
And do you recall being interviewed by the Detroit Police back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
And third, that was in relation to a Jarvis Butts.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis Butts?
He's my daughter's father.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there. He's wearing
And you're with the record of that the police has identified the defendant? So, and you said that he's your daughter's father.
yes.
How old is your daughter?
She just turned 2.
And when did you meet Jarvis Butts?
2019.
And how was it that you met him?
I had a flat tire and I went to the auto shop on Warren and Harrison. Yes.
Now, you said you have one daughter with Mr. Butts. Do you have any other children?
Yes.
Okay. What other children do you have?
I have a son.
Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
And that is not a child by Mr.
No.
Butts. Now, do you recall, this is back to February 15, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened that day?
Police came to my home. Actually, I know Jarvis and he likes to invite people.
And did they do anything at your house?
They searched my house.
Did they ever search, on that day, did they search your vehicle?
No.
Okay.
They just looked in it. They didn't see the window that was search looking and stuff.
Was there ever a time that you allowed Jarvis to use your vehicle?
Yes. Yeah.
And which vehicle? 2 times? Okay. And
2 times.
in which vehicle was that?
The Blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And I showed you a PowerPoint before of 197 photos of a Nissan Sentra. Do you recall seeing those photos?
Yes.
And
Hold on, 1 moment.
oh, sorry. Yes. Do you recall me showing you the photos of a Nissan Sentra before?
Yes.
Okay. And in showing you those photos, did those fairly and accurately depict how your Nissan Sentra looked back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it is. First, I'll move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 11, the PowerPoint of the Nissan Sentra.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do we have any people who exhibit 11?
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, when you let Jarvis Butts borrow your vehicle, did it look how it was photoed?
The back was messed up, but the front was good.
Okay. So back in January of 2024, your car still had the front end?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only difference in how it looked?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only difference in how it looked from January of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. When is it that Mr. Butts, borrowed your vehicle?
January 9th.
Is it the first time?
Yes.
Okay, and you said there was a second time?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was either the day next day or the day after that day. I don't remember.
Okay. The first time, let's talk about the first time. How did it come about that he borrowed your car?
He called and asked if he can use my car to do something with his son.
And when is it that how did he get your car?
I didn't get him until about 9 o'clock and he came to my house.
Okay. Is that 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.? 9 p.m.? Okay. You said he came to your house and picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Butts say how long he was gonna borrow your car for?
No,
Okay. Did you have a time where you expected it back?
at least 2 hours.
When did Mr. Butts return your car?
Next morning.
Was this normal, abnormal?
No,
Not normal? Okay. And did Mr. Butts say what he was doing in the car? Did you notice anything different about or in your car after his use that first time?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the back seat that was different?
There was a pair of glasses that was left that my son was playing at the time.
Okay. And I'll show you. In People's Exhibit 11, photo 37. Where at would your son be sitting?
On the passenger side.
Okay, in the passenger.
On the back seat.
So. I can see it better in photo 41. He was behind the passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. Describe the glasses that he was playing with.
I believe they were clear around the frame parts. I don't know what the ends look like, but I do remember they were clear.
Okay. And I want to show you what's already been introduced as People's Exhibit 12.
Yes.
Is there anything in People's Exhibit 12 that you recognize?
The glasses.
Okay. How is it that you recognize those glasses?
They were clear, just like that. The sun, when the sun was coming.
Now, you said your son was playing with them in the backseat. How did you get them from your son?
I told him to give them to me because I didn't know who glasses were.
Okay. How is it that you go to ask or come to ask Jarvis about these glasses?
Well, my son was playing with them when I was with Jarvis at his shop.
And I guess.
The next day, I went to the shop and my son, after taking my son up to school, Jarvis was seeing his daughter and my son was playing in the back with the glasses.
From when Jarvis had borrowed your car and returned it to you picking up your son from school, had anybody else borrowed your car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're at the shop. You see your son playing with the glasses. You take them from him. So yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, tell me, what does Jarvis do?
He mentioned for me, so he goes with his son's glasses.
And do you think anything of this at the time?
No, I just thought there was his sunglasses, that he was taking his son, so. in the car.
Now, the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the day after or the next day.
Yes,
Okay. Tell me about how that comes to happen.
well, he comes to my house, when he got work. He comes by, he get my car, then he used it again for his son, was that okay? And he, when he said he wasn't gonna be gone for that long like he was the night before, it's okay. And he was only gone for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
And are those the only 2 times that he ever used your car?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times that he would be in your car with you?
Yes.
When you would take it places?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any contact with Jarvis since he turned himself in on February 7th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that for?
Phone calls, yeah, text.
Okay. And do you recall a phone call in which Jarvis asked you some things about your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard that call before?
Yes.
Okay, and was that call that I played for you, was that a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you had with
Yes.
Jarvis, that him asking you about the car?
Yes.
And I believe they make sure people's, because they get 13.
Any objection?
Objection.
And remember, man,
Yeah, it'll be a minute as people's exhibit 13 and you can. Can I also see exhibit 12 and give them?
And for the record, this phone call is 6 minutes and 3 seconds long.
This is a call from an inmate at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
Hello.
Hello?
What is it?
207 2195.
217.
Huh?
217.
0.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck going on, man, but yeah, they done did everybody shit.
You said what?
I said, I don't know what the fuck going on, but they done did everybody shit.
Everybody shit. You on everybody house? They come to my shit?
I don't know.
I don't even think they know of me.
I don't know, but I need you to, anything that I had, anything that I've touched. That's just for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. That's clear your goddamn self. You feel me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Feel you.
Yeah, so I said go to mama house.
Go to my mama house.
Yeah. Go to your mama house, man.
All right.
That's crazy.
How you calling me?
Mama house, I'm doing something, man. You ain't supposed to be doing nothing but go to mama house.
Okay.
Grab mama car.
Huh?
I say go to mama house, get mama car.
Get her car?
If you gotta go home, use her car.
Okay.
Man, I don't know what's going on, but if you gotta go to your mama house, so you go to mama house, like I say, you go home, use her car.
So don't use my car at all?
I don't know what's going on, bro. They taking everybody's car. Well, go use your mama car, man, and drive around, man. Try and put yourself with your mama car, man. Your brother car, somebody car. I don't know. This shit is beyond me.
Okay.
It is beyond me. I don't know what the fuck, man. Clean them motherfuckers out or something. I don't know.
My car?
Yeah, they got my phone. They got my cars. They got their cars. They got they guns. I don't know what the fuck they do, bro.
They looking for something.
Yeah, but what the fuck it ain't got shit to do with me is what I'm saying. It don't got shit to do with me, man, and I'm not understanding what the fuck is going on. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll call you later, man. Like, I don't know what the fuck. I gotta wrap my head around this shit, though. This shit starting to piss me off.
Okay.
So I'll get in touch with you later, man.
Okay.
All right. Hello?
Whenever ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Christopher James,
And how were you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer,
And how long have you been employed as such?
10 years.
Now, I want to take you back to January 30th of 2024. Were you employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police at that time?
Yes,
And were you in a different unit than you are now?
yes,
Okay, what unit were you in?
cybercrimes unit,
And were you working back on January 30th of 2024?
yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform, well, I guess in your role in cybercrimes, what is it that you did?
For cell phone forensics,
Okay.
or,
Would that include like extractions from phones, extractions from tablets, computers?
yes,
Okay. And did you get the chance to perform an extraction on a tablet back on January 30th, 2024?
yes.
Okay. And who was this you got that tablet from, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if it was from Detroit Police or Detroit Public Schools or something else?
Detroit Public Schools,
Okay. And when you perform an extraction from a tablet, what is it doing? What do you do?
it's pulling the data from the phone,
Okay. And is it like making a complete copy of what's on that device?
yes.
Okay. And when you perform that extraction, what do you do once you perform it?
Place it on the disk and turn it over to the officer in charge of the case.
Okay. And that disk that you place on evidence, would that be a fair and accurate copy of the phone extract or the tablet extraction that you performed on the tablet for this case?
Yes,
Okay. And you're going to move for the admission of just the phone or the tablet extraction. And I believe it's exhibit. It's going to be proposed exhibit 59.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be a minute, people 59.
Thank you. And when you perform an extraction, can you generate what's called extraction reports?
yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, I'm handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 60. Can you tell me if this is a document that you recognize?
Yes.
And what is it that you recognize it as?
Extraction summary,
I'm sorry, the door open, what did you say?
an extraction summary, a report, a summary of the extraction.
Okay. And is that the report that was generated for the tablet extraction that you did?
Yes,
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that you performed as it relates to this tablet device which contains contact?
yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 60.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Officer James, can you please pull that microphone off the ledge and testify into the microphone, because it's hard to hear. You can pull the whole thing off. Thank you.
And Officer, what, first, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
So I can follow along with you. Fair to say that you are the examiner name, that would be you.
Yes,
And your organization is the Cybercrimes Unit,
yes,
and the investigator is listed as a Detective Gardner. Are you familiar with that person?
yes.
Okay, who is that person?
Investigator with the Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And what type of tablet is it that you extracted?
Amazon tablet.
And in this report, going on to page 2, when you do an extraction, you're able to, I guess, select parts of a device that you want to extract. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again? I'm
When
sorry.
you run a report, are you able to select parts that you want to run a report for?
Yes,
Okay. And so in this case, as it relates to contacts, on page 2, tell me what type of contact is number 1?
Instagram,
Okay. And what is the name associated with that?
J-Ball,
And what's an interaction status?
a chat participant,
Okay. And do you know what that means?
that they will be involved in the chat.
Okay. And in box number 1, where it says, or let's go to box number 2, where it says user ID. Is that the user ID that would be associated with that Instagram account?
Yes,
Okay, and can you read that user ID for me?
It's gonna be 119-202-339-467-400.
I'm talking about for row number 1.
Roll number 1,
Yes.
262-854-051.
Okay, and what's the username associated with that?
J-Bo back to the money.
Okay. And there is a contact number 2. Is that fair to say? Number 2 in the box.
You mean phone number?
No, the second account.
Number 2,
Yes, number 2. What kind of interaction status is that?
friend.
Okay. And what's the
Friend,
okay? And what's the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
Okay. And what kind of user in box number 2 under entries? There's a user ID. What kind of user ID is that?
Facebook.
Okay. And going back up to contact number 1, where it says photos, it's fair to say there's like a kind of a hyperlink there.
Yes.
Okay. And would that indicate that there is something attached to this contact?
Yes.
Okay. And it says photos. Would it be fair to say that would be a photo that was attached?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's going to be page 3 of that report. When you click photos, this is the photo that would come up under that Instagram account.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, we have no questions.
Okay, you're done testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Sergeant Shannon Jones.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes,
And what is that?
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013,
And before that, where were you at?
patrol.
Okay. And how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years.
Okay.
So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases,
Yes.
so a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family, and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work? If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no body case before?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a no body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay, and how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a no body case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Ms. Aya Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email, which just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case and I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
Okay. So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first officially received this case, I mean, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
Okay. So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Ms. Aya was Jarvis Butts, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area, and it wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of the county. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butts device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. Now, that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes,
So, that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
yes,
Okay, and some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras. And it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours. Some of them is a week. Some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Now, I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through. We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Neziah is.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. You started off with you went to do a search warrant at Mr. Butts' home.
Yes,
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
yes,
Okay. And did you find anything at his house?
yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet, and we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, You said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in to, is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes,
And is that was back on February 7th of 2024?
correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving a sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly gonna be there till December.
Okay. And that would be completely unrelated to, that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation?
Yes,
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
correct.
And that, that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes,
And that led you to Tashiana Davis.
correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house.
Correct.
And is that on Neff Street?
Yes,
And she had a vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you.
yes,
Okay, and would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
yes,
Okay, and then you subsequently searched that vehicle.
yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butts' phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant.
Okay.
It is given to, I was given to Detective Markle, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire, we had searched Neff, we also executed a search warrant at 9,000 Connor.
And what's 9,000 Connor?
9,000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
And did you find anything or anything at 9,000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on, so I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time. And now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Butts interviewed for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, the 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th, I would have to look.
And that's okay. So it'd be just a couple days after you get the case.
Yes.
Okay. Based on Mr. Butt's first interview, which your Detective Mays here testify about, did you do anything based off of that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now. So like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. And throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before. And that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
And what's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg and then heading back east used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once. I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable, but because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple 100 feet in some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially, when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description, we had the picture of her that she had sent that night, or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie, we were looking for, again, initially, we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at Sevenenberg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording, and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black, and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you right there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right, so continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me, and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes. Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team, and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Berg that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back, let's start with back in January 9th?
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather site where you can search the dates in the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there well, did you interview a Tijuana Butts?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Isaiah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Markle is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yes, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone. So we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9,000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's proposed exhibit 85?
Yes.
I mean 58. Sorry, numbers. Can you use Marcus People's proposed exhibit 58? Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is a Cellbrite extraction report that was conducted by Detective Markle for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and in the subsequent pages as it relates to Ms. Butts' call. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed her?
Yes.
I move the admission of people's proposed exhibit 58.
No objection.
People's 58.
And I want to direct you to I guess it's going to be page 3 of the report. Both 4 of the report. Page 5. Where does it say that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 p.m. to 5:16 p.m.?
So it gives the location described as on here. It says Citgo, and it gives the address of 9,000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan 48213.
And do you know Mr. Butts's 9,000 Connor auto shop to be connected with a gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes.
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Here, may I approach? The blue is it that that indicates and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is gonna be 9,000 comma.
Okay, and that's the address associated with Mr. Butts Auto Shop.
Yes,
And is that the same for exhibit 34?
yes.
And exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is gonna be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
And in exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, oh, I'm sorry, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is gonna identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there is a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is gonna indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandrine?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Berg.
Okay, and is that the same 7 Mile and Berg? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Berg area again?
7 Mile and Berg area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There's an additional search area that I did not include when she had asked me before. And that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID or received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Berg. So we had also searched all the Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Miss Smith had recovered.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Butts' phone extraction, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went through the cell phone.
And you got a chance to go through, you sent a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts?
Correct.
And you're made to propose exhibit 63?
Yes.
And you mark the proposed exhibit 63. Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page. And the second page is, what would those include?
The next pages include searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay, and does that, document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to a search warrant for Jarvis Butts 82@gmail.com?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of Eagles proposed exhibit, I forgot. 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
To be admitted as equals 63?
Okay, I want to go back to the first page, and use it with the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
So it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82@gmail.com. There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th.
Of what year?
Yep, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay, and it's fair to say that those are all, the entirety of all of the searches from those days.
It is not all of them, no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return.
Yes.
All right. Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones that we have in that exhibit.
So the first, do you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So.
The ones that are highlighted.
Okay.
Just start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yep, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 p.m. UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill.
And
next,
yes, the next
the
one.
next search is immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32 p.m. UTC, the abortion pill, get the facts about medication abortion. There is a search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org/blog/can I use herbs to have an abortion at home.
And the next
The
one?
next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
And the next one?
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. UTC. So again, -5 hours. And that site is, it's ansirh.org, research, over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. Over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill. How do I have an abortion using only misoprostol, misoprostol. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th at 11:43 p.m. UTC, so minus 5 hours, specifically is searched is, can I drink red antifreeze? Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Now, in that phone extraction that you went through with Mr. Butts, that Detective Markle had admitted, were you able to go through, and I know you had mentioned there was a Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers that
Yes.
have been associated with Neziah.
Yes.
When you went through Mr. Butts' phone extraction, did you find any of Neziah's Text Now numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if what was on his phone? First of all, did you eventually do a search warrant for Text Now?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive messages back from Text Now?
Yes, so the initial Text Now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back like a week. I had another search warrant submitted to Text Now and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
Okay, and when you found these text and messages on Mr. Butts' phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from Text Now, or just only parts?
It's all the messages through Text Now that were to that number that was assigned that Neziah was using on Text Now.
That's what you got back from Text Now?
Yes.
But I'm talking about on Mr. Butts' phone.
Oh, Mr. Butts' phone specifically was just the messages from Text Now between him and Neziah.
Okay, and did it include everything that you received back from Text Now, or?
No.
Okay. And Gunner, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with Nichols, proposed exhibits 46 and 47. Can you tell me, in exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is a extraction report for a iPhone. And it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit, proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Butts' phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
231, yes. 231.
231.
Yes.
Sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes.
Okay. And those are the ones that you had seen on Mr. Butts' phone.
Correct.
And I move for the admission of proposed exhibit 46.
Objection.
It It'll be admitted as Peoples 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd, 2023. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And now I want to show you proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you in 47?
Yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Butts' phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes.
Okay. And I would move the admission of People's proposed exhibit 47.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as Peoples 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
Yeah, 313-379-5882.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 to September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
And now I want to show you what's already been admitted as People's proposed, or People's exhibits 15 and 16. And these were already admitted. These are certified copies of text mail messages. So I want to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In People's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates to
Yes.
Okay, and who is that subscriber?
Excuse me.
You need to let me hear. I can't hear you with your back turned.
Okay, so is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Kenyatta Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Kenyatta Harris?
Yes.
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
That is Nazia's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? It might be on the subscriber information too.
Yes.
And what's that phone number?
313-379-5882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Kenyatta Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022 through November 8, 2022.
And for the subscriber information in People's 16, can you tell me who was the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Nazia Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes.
What is that phone number?
231-743-3137.
And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes.
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024. Are you familiar with the location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit? Yes.
And, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already admitted. How is it that you're familiar with that location?
This is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting behind the defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
And Your Honor, would the record reflect that witnesses identified defendant Jarvis Butts? And we've been talking this whole time about a Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that at?
That was at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And do you recall about what time this interview took place?
It was in the afternoon,
Okay. Or about how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
And with Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education and speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
And did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there a minute.
And did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay. And was something used to assist in the reading of those rights?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a smart appeal proposed exhibit 26. Can you tell me what it is I just handed you?
So this is a Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice and rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 26.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 26.
Thank you. And did Mr. Butts, did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you two?
Yes.
Okay. And I would pass for voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan?
Yes.
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
Yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date?
Not on that date, prior to that date.
Several months before, yes.
In April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the words used were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances.
May you interview Mr. Butts?
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce their right. A
That-
defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not to, she couldn't interview?
So,
1 second, Lauren. Were you getting ready to say something else?
And it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel told them, no, do not interview. That's my.
You're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking
Yeah.
of?
This was 2 months prior. That was not this day. This was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So You and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
Yes,
You took him, where did you interview him from? At?
at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay, did you interview him on the, this was at, forgive me, at Division 1,
Yes.
Baird? Did you interview him on his floor or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to another room and you and your partner interviewed him?
Yes,
And you gave him his constitutional rights and you did not give him food or water, correct?
correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working at the jail?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but then it had been taken away from him.
Okay, do you know if he had worked that day?
That I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to you visiting him?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to you visiting him?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Yeah, we're going to pass voluntariness.
Thank you, Judge. Now, this interview with Mr. Butts on May 31st, 2024, was that recorded in any way?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded with a body worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay, so it was audio and video on the body cam, and then also just
Yeah, so
audio.
2 different factors.
Okay, so and it's fair that you had seen this video prior to today?
Yes.
Okay, and when you saw that video from May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, do you have a chance to prior listen to that?
Yes.
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's 28.
Thank you, Judge. And you also interviewed him. Well, let's go with the 31st. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. And I made clips this time. I'm not going to play the entire video. And for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1. And this is clip 2. He is very quiet. I don't know if it's my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on the TV. I can hear one word.
Would you like me to try now? This is starting it for clip 2.
The history. I have this best friends. We said fighters, fighters.
Now, in that clip, Mr. Butts was talking about him keeping his distance given his history,
Yes,
and that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
that he was trying to help with flyers regarding Miss Ivy being missing, yes.
Okay, now I'm going to play clip 3.
One of the applications, they said, I'm supposed to be in the area, she was in the area at the time. I work in the area. Did they say why they came to you, or you just contact you? I was having a serious conversations. Something about, I'm gonna leave them, and I exposed to the same that day. Anytime we start text messaging, they said she texted me, like, and I'm not using that straight. I ain't gonna text messages, but what's the best I say, well, from time to time, I have a lot of jobs. And I was the money, so I decided to leave money that day. I probably come the next day, I always have to around this house. And I started living in that, around this house. So I was around this house, I can't afford to get the money. That's how I'm saying. So that was like a lot of taxes, she wouldn't get taxes. I guess that's like, I don't know how much. People bring my money. And it worked for us, you understand? And that was really nice, that was really good, times when I did them. Sometimes when I was working at firms, so that I did some of my in the office space. Have bathroom, and bathroom, or stuff like that. Organize the store. I paid it.
Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, and he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that he believes that it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
Okay. Now, clip 4.
Do you remember that? Was that you tried to talk like it was for the money that he's listening? I remember that one text because we were visiting. And I never, I've seen it. And went back down.
Now, he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him. And that he had assumed that he was gonna be picking them up by the grandma's house, then he hadn't replied because he was busy working. And then he finally replied with, okay.
Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes,
What's the reason you came back the next day?
we had some more questions.
Okay, and was he once again, I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay, so you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Okay, and once again, he acknowledged his rights.
Yes.
And he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay, and he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And just what's it? You know, I passed for voir dire to voluntariness for the June 1st statement.
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner Sullivan? You didn't have him sign the form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, if he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
Did I say that, or
No,
did Sergeant Sullivan say
Sergeant
that?
Sullivan said that.
Okay. You want me to say what Sergeant Sullivan said?
No, I just want, you went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything that day.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised, or told you remember signing a form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing the form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so I can hear it?
Sure. You want to play June 1st beginning, probably the first 5 minutes.
Sorry, hold on. This is 5:31.
Ms. Ridley, it might be best to play that to show that he Or I want to see that as well, showing the 31st, what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes, Judge.
As we move along, this is not like we got like 2 minutes to get out of here, right? If there's, we'd like to talk to you, right? We'd like to get a little, if there's things that we don't want, you don't want to talk about, just simply say, like, let's get that and talk about this. Is that fair? Honestly, there's no, we're not gonna flip the script again, we're not gonna flip the script, and all figure out, there's just a lot of things going on. We're involved in some of it, we're just trying to do like our line grab process. Is that fair? Okay, for regulatory, right? Do me a favor, actually, before you read this to me, you can read your hand. I've heard the most of it. Okay, all right. Where? Oh, okay, nice. If you could look at yours, you read those, and then initial, so you understand. Understand my name, or anything I say, within the consent of the law. I have the right to return present before and during the time I answer any questions or make any statements. If I cannot afford an attorney, I will be required to do without cause or for answering any question. I can decide at any time to exercise my rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. I understand that it is by the rights of the law. I have not been written or promised anything that I have now desired to discuss in the process. Let's see what that is. Any questions about those? Okay, do me a favor, just the initialize each time, and then others I'll sign. And the clerk is saying, so ready to take time, I'll explain exactly what I'm doing. Yes. And sign, signature and the date sign. I just jump sign there, you sign right there. It's May 31st, all right? I got one, this is. Whatever I have to do up there on the last thing.
And for the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And let me find the other one. And this is playing from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry. Playing at 1 minute and 22 seconds.
I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, studying on flight to Boston for 2 weeks training. And I'm thinking, like, how did it look like? You talk to you, I thought you're talking to me, certain, you know, some stuff that we went back and looked at, you know? And I'm thinking, like, if I come back 3 weeks from now, if I be like, perfect, you know, I don't know that kind of thing. I mean, I just thought if we could, if I could talk to you this morning or today, and then you don't want to be gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want to, and just see it again. Does that make sense? Okay, because I just thought, yeah, when you know, just say that in turntable, right? You're gonna come down to me, and 2 weeks before, I mean, you're back at the third week, or, you know, like it is, right? So if I'd like to ask you if you kind of continue our talk, you can talk some more. Okay, all right, so, but yeah, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, I'll talk about something. There's no training on it, so went over your ATS now, I'll just have to sign it to the form, right? Just so you're presenting your representatives, there are, if you want to just continue with this one. So, okay, you're still familiar with the rooms, correct? Right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright, so,
Yeah, I paused exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there was nothing that would be, you know, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts is clearly aware of his rights, as he stated. And he is the one who agreed to be okay with not signing another form and not going through with that.
And Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So the fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read him his right, make sure he understands and make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts was not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they testified,
He was in County Green for something else.
he was in County Green somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
Well, he wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State for college. So that
That's correct, Judge.
question of whether or not you can understand is out the window for me. The male detective did offer and said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. And he said it's the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. I don't see if there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I'm going to find, or I'm going to deny your objection and find it to be voluntary.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Jones, that June 1st interview was audio recorded?
Yes,
And it was also video recorded,
yes,
just like the day before?
correct.
And that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statement that you took back on June 1st?
Yes,
What would the People's Exhibit 29?
Any objection outside of the one already?
Outside of my standing objection?
Yes, it'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded?
yes,
And you had a chance to review that audio?
yes,
And that was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording of the interview back on June 1st?
yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection, I would admit it.
Thank you, Judge. And now I also have clips for this.
Okay.
And Judge, do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind.
Thank you. publishing, clip 1. Sorry, yes, from exhibit 29.
Straightforward, I mean, can I ask you, I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her? Okay.
And you were, Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Ms. Aya,
Okay, and when were we talking about? Denied seeing her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And I'm playing clip 2.
And yeah, I think I'm going to check it. Well, yeah, all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they were talking about. If she can, if that's the question that was asked, I just asked her to go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure Ms. Sabree, you have the full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? The answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is admitted. If the court wants to review that, I mean, I can go back a little further. It just might take 1 second. And this will be playing from just a couple seconds back at 35:58.
Did they ask you to told her? Can I ask you? I mean, are you saying this straightforward? I mean, can I ask you? I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her? Okay. So, that's something else.
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general.
Just ask the question.
Who are you guys talking? Who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Ms. Aya Harrison,
Okay, and if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, overruled.
And then going to continue with clip 2.
She listen to your so if you know, like, or when was the last time you saw her before that? Right, when did she tell that was 2 days before? 2 days before, okay. So then for a second, you were at the house, because you're getting out all the time, yeah.
And playing clip 3.
He said something like he was on time. Okay, so the ammunition for correction sent us his stuff, and he said, hey, this is where I was. And he had it in my line. Yeah, but he had talked about a day, I don't remember which day it was, but he had talked about oil and slamming to drop the car. That was repaired. And he had mentioned you were there, and he mentioned Zion was there. But I didn't know, that's why I'm asking, I'm not telling you, I'm just mentioning what he's saying, I'm not saying that, right? But,
Playing clip 4.
Was it anybody with you? I don't know, like I said, was there a little girl with you? A younger lady with you? You were by yourself? Did he drag over her also? What did he do? Okay, no, I'm just wondering if it was like this or oh, okay.
And clip 5.
Alright, so like that night, like after you dropped it off and all that stuff, did you hotel or did you stay at home that night?
And clip 6.
She texted you on the phone. But you said she didn't have a phone, it was a phone. So she texted you from a phone number, or from an app, or from she would text directly to your number, phone number. So you're telling me that the phone number, he said, I didn't know what technology stuff, wherever they were showing me the phone number. Alright, okay. I will get a call from the number. Okay. Same number? Yes. Okay. Did you lock in that server? Okay. So he.
And playing clip 7.
Like that's your phone and then it's her number, she's texting you from right? She's texting Dismissals.
I'm gonna pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Butts at this time?
We had a printed out copy of the text now messages.
And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm continuing from 7 seconds.
And then it's sent, that means that she sent it, and it's received, that means that he replied something to that account. So this is from a text now app. So I said, I don't know that the phone. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, so it converts to a phone number. Okay, so.
And in clip 8.
That's what I explained to them. But this is so weird when I hear that from her, like, saying, okay, you had seen this message, so I understand. That's what I didn't understand what that meant. But she's leaving the message. I gotta understand what that meant. I was like, you said, so much time, I said, okay, okay, I'll meet you, I'll be with the house, I'll get that, so I'll be with it, so you know, I'll get her. So we pay them maybe that day or so, or I'll pay them the next day or so. How much would you do with it?
And clip 9.
But, I mean, she saw her like 2 days before she went missing. Did she look back to you? She didn't look bigger, like she went in showing, was she wearing baggier clothes? You notice anything different, like face being rounder? No, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? That's so bad. She said something. When I read, I want to see what's okay. Was I see how to get there? Because this seems pregnant. I was like, we're not me too. And I said, okay. And then we said, that was fine. She did that was the best.
And clip 10.
So.
Yes. Replaying clip 9.
But I mean, she saw her like 2 days before she went back to you. She didn't look bigger, but she went in showing, was she wearing baggier clothes? You didn't notice anything different, like face being rounder? No,
No, you just saw, I mean, when you see somebody, every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? Like, so that's, it's, something. When I was like, what? I don't see, what's your thing? It was like, she wanted to get it. This seems strange. I was like, no, no, it's okay, I started that. And I think it's, $2 a piece.
Proceeding to clip 10.
So, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I want to make it clear though, I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I think she's young and she's an initiator. And I also get there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. When I say we're coming to a fork in the road, what I'm trying to say to you is stay on the same path, okay? Because you're hurting, you are hurting, and with all these people coming forward, your daughter coming forward is hurting you, yes? Don't separate, stay on the path with me because your children that are out there are hurting because they're seeing all this stuff, right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. Okay, and this is, we can go over this together, and if you have any questions, we can talk about it, right? So this starts here in March. Yes, 2023. And this is where she identifies who she is. Okay? And this number here, it's all your number. And it's all your number throughout all the pages. Okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person is leaving the message or not. But when we talk about the nerds, once you put something out there on the internet, it's there forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account. It's on jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you searched is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break it down. And I'm trying to get you to see what we can break this pattern. Because this pattern has been going since when we got locked up. And we have started before that. But I think you got a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here. Okay. Can you call, man yourself? These are going to be different conversations, right? She's leaving the man's number. Very clear that this is her. She has sent all these messages, and then you finally reply. I call her. And I see she's hitting you up again, and then you reply no, and it goes back and forth, right? So here I kind of see she's like, I just need somebody to talk to. So I think she's kind of reaching out to you. Was she? Was she going to retire or something? So here's some more sent messages. She's tired of people telling me that they love me, and then the next minute she's crying. She keeps calling for people traps and they treat her like shit. You're the only person I really trust. She asks you, do you think I'm ugly? Right? You reply, no. She says, thank you. And you ask her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, she asked you, what are you doing? Then you reply, stop messing with people and just be mine. That's just not all context. Alright, so I'm going to mark that down. This wasn't meant like that. I also the title. So then I see there's like a bunch of missed calls and different things. I see there's a pattern here again, she's constantly, where are you, are you coming to get me or what, what's going on? Yes or no, it's being made, right? Right, so, here's just sending you pictures, do you remember these pictures in there? Those are in a separate folder, whatever pictures she sent you. She never sent you anything that maybe she was trying to see if she looked to or not, that you should have, that you already have to without receiving it yet. I mean, you received it, we know that. There's pictures, so what I'm saying is that this is just a text message. So here it tells you each time there's a message, right? Alright, so this is still, we're still in March. Okay. Then you sent something here accompanied you. And she said, what do you mean? You said, you heard me. And she replied, you can't do that. And then she said that she didn't make it very much love. Right? She always said, love you. All of you, I love you. Like, okay, it was like, oh, love. No. That's why we're talking about her, because things seem to be confusing, right? Alright, and she sent another message, she's telling me about how she's high, right? So you're like, so, and then why are you mad? What are you doing? What is NTH? Nothing. Then back and forth, and communicating. Then she says, here, you can only text me by this number, don't text the Google Meet number. Okay, so then she finally got this app, and it was like a consistent number. So after this Google Meet, and you're like, just show her some phone, and you can talk about that phone. Several new friends. Yes, I see that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here about call her, please, call her. Is this call like trying to get you to call her grandma? Okay, and then just maybe she's going down, just random, I love you in there. Pull up, and then be mad at me. Why would she be wanting to be mad at her? So I see all these sent again, right? And still only, now we're in May. This is May. What you doing? Good morning. I miss you. I miss you too. Okay. And you sent. I can't stop thinking about you either. Yeah. See. So she said here, I can't stop thinking about you. Sent, and you replied, I can't stop thinking about you either. Or her mom went through something. It was in May of last year. So this is around the time that she got something with her mom. So mom here, wow. So we'll see if we can figure out what happened between her and mom. But she keeps asking, like, don't be mad at me. Like, can you tell me why you're mad at me? Can you remember why Maybe because we're ignoring her, or because we're busy. We don't see, you don't check the head or any stress. All right, so since back for, something about I told you not to go into my room. Why do you take my stuff? Did you take something out of the room? Why did it found, something about the honesty. So here's what I said, we're gonna get out and call. Then we're gonna use this one, which is, this is when we're gonna stay on the same path, okay? You can read this one? Didn't I make you come faster than ever? I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel alone that I can't have you? Was this, yes, you try to call her. So then it goes back and forth. And she sends you, this is in June now, okay? You going to hit it from the back again? And then you asked her, send me some more pictures. Send me some pictures. That's what she said. So you said, send me some pictures, please. Well, that's probably my speech. So, and like this is going down that, just, everyone has said about, is there something maybe she's, you know, not saying you're a victim, but is there something that she's saying to her, with you, right? Did she ever say anything like, you know, why didn't you use sexual or anything like that, right? That's why I was asking, right? This is hard to talk about. It's like, well, here's something, because, and these are some of the rest of that. We didn't have sexual relations. That's it, right? We gotta have a sexual relationship. Yeah.
Clip 11.
So this is like entertaining the thought. So I want to ask you this.
I didn't hear anything that last clip.
I can replay it.
So this is like entertaining the thought. So I want to ask you this.
Thank you. Ready? All set? And clip 12.
Send me some pictures of her after she's asking you if you're gonna hit her back again. As far as that goes, send me some pictures. I see some pictures around there, some pictures like that, something like that.
And clip 13.
Alright, now we're back to the, are you coming over? I missed you, but now you can call me. Then you randomly send her, and June 26th. I want some pussy. No, that wasn't, I didn't say sex, sir. Well,
Yes, so this would be in Shannon's home? Whenever resident here, like I said. So Shannon's in the text messages on there too? That's the first thing was like, phone. Like I said, so you can have some plan, whenever you come get me, call me, you want to tell, call me, you want to tell you something. You can get some today. Now here's where you can get some pussy. This is all within seconds of each other, okay? Now here's why this is not Shannon. Because the next sentence is, tell her you have an inspection tomorrow and they come in early. And this is discussions about, so you can call grandma. Yes, I didn't, like I said, I've never had those sessions. Every time I had to say like this, so, as far as this goes, I remember this, these, so this was meant for Shannon. That wasn't for Shannon. I remember asking them, did anybody else say, hey, this is me, this is her home? That's all I said, that's all for anybody. Yeah, so Shannon's going to be like, now, let's see. This one, my application, I remember getting this one because I was doing my inspection, I never had to go to inspection. Like, if you told them that there's an inspection in the shop, so this was come over. I'm just get them, just run them back. All right, and so are all these good morning, babe, I love you, miss you, are you naked? Is this all, we're assuming desire, this is she's sending them. Are you naked? I don't want to get naked. Are you mad that I didn't? All right, so now here's where some pictures come in. This is the fit for today, which is for outfit. She sent another picture. This is sent, and you send her, but I can't nut inside you, so it's different. And she says, why you can't get you 34? We said, but I had to buy a pill to do it. And I was just, and I said, what kind of pills are you talking about? As far as this goes, the incentive has 65 years, the worst is what we're that's not the question. I was saying that it was tricky because of that. I don't have those extra relationships with that. So you're thinking it's probably with Shannon? How do you know? Oh, I said, I would try to differentiate, I don't know when she would take over that whole. Okay. Do you remember typing that? Which one? I can't remember the conversation. There's somehow, like, I'm reading this and getting it on my computer. I'm sorry, not.
And then clip 14.
So in here, she's talking about, she always sent, look at how many she sent you. All back, boom, all to the same amount, right? And she's apologizing for something. I didn't go see anybody, I swear, I came straight back. My friend lives right down the street, and she didn't answer, so I came back and went to see. I'm sorry, please. I didn't see you out for nobody, I swear. If I remember, it was that's right. She told me, she tell me shit, I heard she's out.
So why is she calling you vague? You never corrected her on that? Don't be all like 5 to 10 minutes, you did respond to one of my messages, so that's all in here. Stop ignoring me. Then she says, if you don't believe me, I'll send you my Instagram password. So she sent you her Instagram, and she gave you password, her Gmail password. I hope you believe me now, you really don't want to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth, I just want you to make your day better. So, like looking at this, and whether you felt the same way, she thinks she's in a relationship with you. Because while she's reaching out to you, she's confiding to you, she's calling you babe, she's saying I love you, she's apologizing, I didn't do this, don't be upset, stop ignoring me. Those are all things that I guarantee every one of the other women that get pissed off at you or whatever, you guys probably look better than what to say. This is not a police humble conversation. You may not have been looking at it a certain way, but she's looking at you a different way. Does that make sense?
And clip 15.
So there's like 2,000 messages, and that's very small, right? So this is where, yeah. This is still in June, a lot of stuff going on. Are you still picking up Janaya? And you asked when, she said today, you said no, she said why. And you said, it's just me and you. Because I was never picking her up. She said, okay, I really want you that it's only me and you. I go, why would we? I did it, let's say you did it. Because I want to say that to her. It was just me and you, because I wasn't going to. So that's how I Alright, so this is still the same day. Okay. She said, let's do that. Because I was never picking her up, I really wanted that. You really didn't want her there, no way. That's what you said. I know I didn't want her there. This is not that I'm not picking her up, this is, why? You should have said, why? Because she did too much in your mind. Mind. And Shannon said that she said no for today. I know she said no for today. And she says the meaning is your mind and mine only, the dick and all of your times. This is all we say. So this is all kind of you said, oh, this is all close to that. That was like blew your mind away. She talked about your dick. And she says, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. She's a little stronger than I
And clip 16.
Well, this is actually, I'm saying this for us, just, right, so just so you understand, this is sexual. You're saying, talk about it, you just never explain it. So this is like sexy. you're agreeing here that this was testing and you were entertaining it, so you never followed up on this. Right, that's what I'm saying, this was just rule play. You were just sitting there talking, you got to follow up, and it continues. I'm just.
And clip 17.
These pictures that she sent, what were the pictures? And we didn't do it. So what? Describe the pictures to me. If I didn't even know what the picture looked like, describe what it would be. What was she wearing when she was in here? Show us the new photos of herself. Would you make them? Or did you like top to bottom, or but you could tell who it was?
That was a little bit hard to hear. What photos? How did you describe the photos?
He described one of the photos that she had taken a picture in the bedroom wearing like some lingerie, nighty clothes. That some of the pictures she was nude, that she was nude from top to bottom. That some of them were a little blurry, but he could still tell that it was her.
And clip 18.
Then here you asked her, this is now we're in July.
I'm just gonna pause at 6 seconds to.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, please. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I just was informed we need to take a restroom break. We'll come back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
We got it straight. I walked over there and walked in. I walked over there, yeah, straight. Yeah, they actually got it yesterday. They got it right.
It's right down
You walked over there.
I don't know if this
To the
is.
Guardian building.
I think so.
It's cold out there.
Right. That cold.
It's cold enough.
I had a cold.
First of all, it is that cold.
It felt like I had a hoodie, a coat, and
You got the uniform.
my hat here.
Yeah, y'all uniforms.
And I was walking
It said you exceeded 8 hours.
Did it really say that?
Yes,
Is it?
it said you exceeded 8 hours. The call is ended.
Oh. I didn't know that. All right.
I've never seen it. Just because I didn't pause it or.
Wow. Okay. You got like. Let us see where it is. Oh, it's still live.
All right, we took a brief 5-minute break and also a sidebar. We're back on the record, 2459617, People of State Mission versus Jarvis Butts. We took a brief moment to have sidebar with all council to discuss timing. We've all agreed that we cannot finish today by 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and that this would be a good time to break until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, Judge.
And we'll come back at 10 o'clock and hopefully finish tomorrow with final arguments and being done with tomorrow by 4:30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else for the record?
Nothing
No,
further.
Judge, thank you.
Okay. You're done for today. All right, now to our docket.
Yes, to our left.
That's gonna go. That's gonna go. Why did you write that there? I don't know who did that. And then
Say, wait and hold on. We are devising a plan as to where we can take in.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.